The last recap. Who does the recap?
Who wants to?
I'm down to do it. I just can't remember where we started.
Do it.
You started in the Drow outpost of Ildaris after a well-earned rest.
That's right. And from there, we said, all right, we know what we need to do. All we need to do now is do it. Oh, and also go get that last lens, which we are certain was in Deep Dark Lake. But if there's a black dragon around, that dragon has almost definitely found it and claimed it. So let's go find the dragon and take his treasure. So we did that. We we allied with the Drow, or what are they called now? Cave elves, dark elves. I don't know. The Drow.
Cave elves.
Yeah. Pinkertons come after me. Yeah. So they found an area, or more like one of their scouts didn't show up. So, pretty solid reason to believe that was, in fact, the dragon we were looking for. We headed over there. We balanced on some rocks and some mushrooms, and overheard, some fake snoring of a dragon trying to lure us down one way. And we were like, you know what? Let's go the other way. And so then we fought a giant snake. Dragon tried to ambush us. Torfin all alone in the back, little shrub. Easy prey. Oh no, he's another dragon. Big mistake on that dragon's part. And yeah, he went down surprisingly easy. And then we found his hoard and found the last lens that we needed. We had put in an order for some last minute mods, anything that we could get to help us in our final assault on Balcora's inner sanctum. And so we were like, you know what? Yes, the apocalypse is coming, but we've got a day. We're waiting for that stuff anyway. Let's go clear out that last area that we didn't go to. So we did that. And then when we were on the boat, we got attacked by some, I want to say like sharks or eels. They went down pretty quick as well. Continued on up to the last door that we never opened in the middle of the lake, which led to a statue of Balcora, an animated statue, and then a couple other minions. We found some more doors. We opened some of those doors, and we found another. Hey, there she is. And then we found presumably the last teleportation circle. And yeah, that's where we are now, clearing out these last rooms while we wait for the stuff to arrive before the final battle.
It is indeed a bit more than that. What was I trying to say? We ended last session with Dancer and Voga looking around and realizing that you've made quite a find indeed. For this is not just a building, but rather a vault containing a library full of books and items and things that seem like they were considered pretty valuable. Looking around, the books appear to be not just the sort of books you've seen up above, which were a lot of conjecture, a lot of stories, a lot of theology. This is research. This is years of work stashed here, considered valuable enough to... I'm hearing myself on the street. This is very distracting. There we go. Considered valuable by Balcora. There are a few of the books sort of half open. A few of the books sort of empty. Half open, where both Dancer and Roger can see like annotations on the sides. Like this is really probably exactly how Balcora made all of this. If there are questions that are still open, this is probably the place that can answer them. Not just that, but on a pedestal in the center sits a peculiar item. An item that appears to be a framework designed to hold lenses, as a lighthouse would have, although this one certainly had designed for the lenses you've already found. I believe I've showed you the picture last time already. Also known, which you can probably find out through the document here, as a fulcrum lattice. It does, however, have 4 notches for 4 different lenses. In addition to that, there are also a variety of other items of note in this room that you can find, 2 of which are rings, and one is an ominously shaped, skull-shaped key. I will make a little treasure pile visible for you.
Does it match
Dancer
that
Ogre and
last door that we saw that we didn't go in? Size-wise?
The key is fairly sizable. It looks very what's the word? Not as ostentatious, but certainly decorated. Dancer's fairly certain it would fit the door he's already lockpicked, leading into the temple in the middle of.
Back door.
That door.
That's funny.
Right.
And while Dancer, Roga, and Amina are taking a cursory look around, well, really a longer look if you like, Thorfinn was working on the teleportation circle here. I believe we made the roll last time already. Yes, we did.
Yeah.
And after an hour of rather difficult magical work, the deeper you go, the more difficult it seems to be to get control of the magic that powers these things. You do manage to successfully get this teleporter online as well.
Awesome. Where does it go?
It appears to connect.
Like the library nexus thing we had with all of them?
Yes, it connects straight to that nexus in the library. Correct.
Okay. Well, we have a escape route at some point. Well, if no one wanted to take a look at those rings, I will take a look at them.
Sure. There's 2 rings.
All right, give me one of them.
Guess what is going on? Dancer will peruse the library, just trying to get a feel for like what happened here. You know, what is this? What is Gauntlet? What is the Abomination Vaults? What are the weird lights suffused from? You know, stuff like that.
Hey, is Dancer interested in a personal journal or a more scientific approach to those questions?
Personal
Yeah,
journal.
certainly
He's not a science guy.
a personal. There is a notebook which does appear to mostly contain thoughts of Balcora herself. And while it is not as detailed as the journal you've already found in higher levels, it does sort of tell the same story. It explains that Balcora's family was once very important Absalom nobles, who, however, due to their questionable practices, dabbling with occult, warlockry and that sort of thing, were eventually exiled. Blood rituals and whatnot are very much not legal. And all their fortune and fame came crashing down pretty much overnight. The family crumbled into poverty, and Balcora's cushy life appears to have ended very, very quickly. After that, it appears that every single of her thoughts was directed towards getting revenge on Absalom. Her thoughts don't seem entirely sane, like even the oldest entries where she was very much still alive, undoubtedly, hundreds of years old at this point. But it does seem like she has simply taken what her family has done in the past, dabbling with various sources of magical power from elsewhere, and taken one to what she considers its logical conclusion. Finding this temple to Nimbeloth, one of the creatures that her family had worshipped in the past. Well, maybe not worshipped, more like drawn power from. It's probably there wasn't really any faith involved. It is very self-serving, and decided that this would be the source of Absalom's downfall. Back then, however, she didn't really know how to accomplish this yet. But through sheer determination, really, and whatever scraps of wealth and family influence she could still summon effectively, she started working. The wealth she had left over, while nothing for her compared to the previous family wealth, was still enough to get the ball rolling, so to speak. In the journal, there's especially one meeting that Belcora apparently had with someone in Absalom, actually, a scholar from the Far East that Belcora, through her family connections, got into contact with, which involved her learning how to effectively use magic to shape structures and terrain. And using that knowledge, as little as she got from that, it wasn't a full apprenticeship or anything. Given enough time, enough determination, and enough wealth, eventually, Gauntlet was crafted. It is effectively an enormous magical item built with basically the magical power to shape terrain, to not just dig holes, but create stone, smooth stone magically, and eventually infused with, both Nimbeloth's power and her own. It is a process that has taken many, many years. She was young when her family was exiled. When she was finished here, she was no longer quite as young. Let's just put it that way. But eventually, of course, she was discovered. A group of adventurers came to put a stop to her mad plan to use Nimbeloth's power to put Absalom under, an undead assault, really, using Nimbeloth's power to resurrect the dead, to transport the various beasties she had collected from the Darklands right into, the central squares, really, and to have them wreak havoc. But of course, the Rose Guard eventually arrived and put a stop to that.
So, the Gauntlet and the Abomination Vaults is basically what we concluded. It is like a monster transportation device.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah, Gauntlet is one part. It is the conduit of Nimbeloth's power. It is drawn from the temple, drawn up to the surface, and then focused through the lenses. The lenses, they are not installed yet, obviously. And in the journal, you can also see that she was very hesitant about actually using them, and had her apprentice, a person that you've met multiple times now, by the name of Volok Ezrene, also known as Red Pants Man,
Yes.
craft more mundane lenses that could at least be used to unleash some of Gauntlet's power, but not all of it. But it was far safer. There are significant concerns, or perhaps even the certainty, that bringing together all four of the lenses would allow Gauntlet to practically destroy Absalom as far as she's concerned. However, it would also draw the attention of Nimbeloth, which is something she is seemingly not keen to do ever.
And it would also probably draw the attention of every hero in the Inner Sea region if Absalom got wiped out.
Yeah, but Cora's
Um,
plans don't really include a time after the
Sure,
conclusion of her plan.
sure. I mean, she is dead. Does it detail how
Mhm.
she died?
She was killed by the Rose Guard.
So she walked up to meet them up there. She didn't like hide down here.
No, she walked up to face the interlopers and was overpowered.
When the way of the wicked defense doesn't work.
Yeah, the way the wicked has failed.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah, but then they didn't find the entrances to the lower levels, so they never
Yeah,
discovered
they didn't.
the.
So what? So the power that Gauntlight focuses is from the ancient temple of Nimbaloth,
Yes.
and that temple has existed there since time immemorial, I guess.
That's not something Dancer can find in a journal, but looking through the other books, it does not say how old the temple is, suggesting that she does not know. Like, it appears ancient.
Like, and it what strikes me, I suppose, is the amount of power that seems to be in that temple. If Nimbaloth is very remote and doesn't really pay much attention to Galarian and mortals, there seems to be a significant amount of her divine power in the temple if you can use it to obliterate Absalom.
Yeah, there is information about Nimbaloth in this very room, but that would require an occultism check.
Yeah, I'm not good at that.
Um,
Maybe someone can help.
Suffice to say that, however, that in the journal, you also see the mention that you can use the lenses, like you can use magic items. You can attune to them and draw from their various powers. However, it also says that if you were ever to attune to all 4 lenses, quote,
Yes.
it would impart total annihilation.
Is there a way to force someone to attune to them?
Yes, yeah.
There might very well be such a way.
Okay.
Interesting. Belcora, catch.
Well,
Oh, she's a ghost. Damn it.
speaking of the occult stuff, because these 2 identifiers will only take me 6 seconds each. I would like to think about the Niblot research after you have.
Yes. There's also, of course, the Fulcrum Lattice itself, which is a magical object of significant power and not trivial to identify at all.
I'll try.
If you did.
However, you can, alternatively, instead of identifying, also research the books to get presumably a explanation of what the object does.
Oh yeah, I would like to do that. I was also thinking maybe there was like mention of the other lens, the lens we got that I couldn't identify. If I could figure out what that
sure
does.
is.
Yeah.
This would be a bit of research then that will take some time. I believe the first question that you wanted to ask was more detailed information about Nimbaloth, something that has been elusive so far. You have, of course, the Whispering Reeds, which has basically a collection of anecdotal evidence that Nimbaloth exists. Meetings and occurrences where Nimbaloth was involved. A very occult tome. This room, however, contains some of Belcora's, I'm going to call them assumptions or educated guesses about what Nimbaloth is. So maybe not facts, but certainly a more palpable scientific approach.
All right.
So if you would like to give me an occultism check, it'll take an hour to do some research here.
Sure. Do I add the bonus from the Whispering Reeds, or
yes, absolutely.
Okay. So
you also identify both the rings, which you can take a look at. While Torfin is digging through the various books, what are like Roga and Amina doing?
Keeping an eye out. Mostly that's what Broker does with his scouting action. But there's a door here. There was a big clay monster. I figure we're There's bound to be some more stuff, you know. He
There,
could
there
go
are
read
some.
some.
There are some closed doors still. It's true.
Yeah, he could go read some like horrible, evil books, but it, you know, Dance's mind's already been corrupted, and if Rogar gets corrupted, who's going to serve Dance a beer to save his soul?
True.
Yeah.
So-
Armin
so,
has a similar thought of like, you know, sometimes the best thing you could do is just create a safe space for the smart people to do their thing. She's wondering, however, she sort of muses to Rogar. We've always heard about 3 lenses, and now they're talking about 4. Are we supposing that she has one already, or?
I don't know. I mean, I suppose we'll see if we can find her and pin her down and destroy her. And perhaps at least it'll give us time to finally comb the rest of the place.
Yeah, that would be the easy answer, but just I'm worried that we go down there making that assumption and we don't have all 4, and then I don't know. Gives me an uneasy feeling.
Perhaps, but the lenses are used for the tower, right? I don't still think that. I mean, it doesn't seem like they have anything to do with Belcora herself.
Yeah, I don't really know. I just don't like that we've heard about 3 this whole time, and then suddenly there's 4, and what does that mean? And
Part of me thinks we should try to keep them from. Shouldn't bring them all together, right? And annihilation, total destruction. Doesn't seem good.
Right, Dolphin. You dig through the various notes, and while there's certainly an attempt to be scientific about this, but Belcora wasn't necessarily the most organized of scholars, you still glean some information. Nimbeloff is what is considered one of the outer gods, a divine creature so distant from Golarion that it is practically irrelevant to Golarion itself, but still an immense power of divinity or profanity, depending on how you look at it. The fact that it is known on Golarion suggests that it is in fact an incredibly powerful being. From what you read, what Belcora has written, Nimbeloff appears to be bound to an object floating through, well, effectively space. Presumably her homeworld, one that you have been told about in the temple, the planet of Void Bracken, drifting through the eternal darkness of space, and occasionally coming close enough so that some of the influence sort of drifts over. There are assumptions that Nimbeloff and Pharasma are enormous enemies, both having different interpretations of what should happen to things after death, with Nimbeloff's interpretation certainly being the more bleak, brutal, and unflinching, really. There is nothing, Nimbeloff says, while Pharasma is very much the opposite there. And it does suggest, since Pharasma still exists, it does suggest that Pharasma so far has had the upper hand over this interloper of an outer god. Other than that, it certainly does seem like an odd source of Belcora's power, for Nimbeloff is known as the Ghost Eater among Nimbeloff's followers. And not for no reason. Nimbeloff is the ender of things. The empty death. The greatest honor that the followers of Nimbeloff seem to think exists is to just be forgotten, basically. Be consumed by Nimbeloff in a way that it seems like you've never existed in the first place. Reading between the lines a bit, it does not seem like, unlike someone like Caden Kalin, for example, who makes it fairly clear what his anathemas, his edicts, and whatnot are, Nimbeloff does not interact with any followers whatsoever, ever. In fact, the fact that there appears to exist a faith following this particular god seems utterly insane, because all the edicts and whatever they think is important seem to basically have been made up by the followers with no actual input of the divine being worshipped. It very much seems like a faith based on pure insanity, really. It's some being floating through outer space, undoubtedly real and palpably powerful, but not something that really engages in this whole give and take that like clerics and even warlocks tend to engage in.
Yeah.
This very much seems to be a one-way relationship where Belcora is drawing power from this being, and it's not really a give and take like you have with a cleric worshipping a god at all. It is more of a parasitic relationship, if anything.
Okay.
Yeah. Imagine.
Sorry,
Imagine worshipping gods you can't see or interact with. Absolute madness.
Maybe I missed it because my headset freaked out a bit, but was there an explanation on why the temple exists here, of all places?
There's not. Not an explanation, a guess, perhaps. This seems like a place that Nimbeloff has interacted with in some way in the past and left a mark.
Right.
And then Nimbeloff's followers congregated here and built a temple.
Yeah. Her wretched finger touched reality here for some reason. Here we are.
Yeah, what exactly happened, the documents here do not explain.
Fair enough.
All right.
Now,
Well, the fulcrum lattice itself. I need to figure that out. That seems like an item.
yes.
Yes, give me another occultism check.
Okay. I can add the bonus now from this pendant of the occult I identified.
Yeah.
Can I use the? Is this a Nimbeloff item or is this something different?
It's in the context of it, so yeah.
Okay. That's. I think it's already an item bonus. Oh, it is. Okay, so it's just the same.
All right. Well, that's a good roll. The fulcrum lattice, I will identify. It is, in fact, exactly what it would be for a mundane lighthouse. A framework designed to hold the lenses. It is, of course, heavily magical in the sense that once the lenses are slotted into this device, the device does not increase in weight. It is 2 bulk, and it will always remain 2 bulk. In addition, it could also be used. Let me rephrase that. Fulcrum, Torfin. Wow, I can't even get the names right. Torfin thinks that if you would channel the power of a lens towards a creature, you could forcefully attune that creature to the lens. It is meant to channel energies into a point. You could use it sort of in the opposite way and force someone to attune to the lens. If you slotted the lenses into the fulcrum lattice, you could do that with all lenses at once and force someone to attune to all 4 of them.
Oh no. At the same time?
At the same time.
I see.
In mechanical terms, you would have to wield the fulcrum letters and then make a melee spell attack. Sorry, I'm getting the mechanics wrong. You can't do it with all at once, but for each lens, you can, instead of using that lens's attack modifier, because they each have their unique one, you can use the highest of any lens in the letters, or your own melee attack modifier with simple weapons if it's greater. So it basically lets you use the power of the most powerful lens when you try to forcefully imbue someone with it. But you would still have to do it 4 times to attune someone to all of them.
So it makes sense then to leave the most powerful one for last, so you get bonuses for the rest of them. Okay. Well, we don't have the 4th one. We have 3. So I guess we put the 3 we have in it for now.
Might as well.
Melee spell of the 3 we have, Sheep. Can we like identify them all fully with the notes here?
Yes, you can.
Would you mind putting those details in the chat, perhaps?
If you can tell me who has them.
Good question.
I have the emerald lens, but I'll give it to Torfin.
Okay, Torfin has the ochre lens in his backpack, apparently.
I do. It's the one that I couldn't identify.
Yes, with the help of the books and the check you just made, identifying them is a lot easier because you just find books that explain what they do. The ochre lens that Reverex, the Black Dragon, used can be used to cast a Wave of Despair.
Oh.
When you are invested in it, your emotions are harder to sway. You gain resistance to mental damage and +2 status bonus to saves against emotion effects.
Okay. They have the ochre, emeralds, and there was another one, right? The blood one-ish.
Crimson.
Crimson one.
Correct.
Who had that?
I believe you gave that to Rin for safekeeping.
We did, but
Didn't we pick that back
didn't
up?
we pick it back up? That's
I think you did.
so someone has it, and it's not me. So maybe people should.
Snash, maybe by accident.
It is in Rin's inventory, but I'm assuming I simply forgot to put it into your inventory. Because I do distinctly remember you picking it up.
Yeah.
I'll put it into the party stash and one of you grab it. It is an important item, as it turns out.
Grab it.
I'll put the emerald lens in the stash as well, Falky.
Yeah.
There you go.
You can probably reveal the info of it before I take it out. Sheep in the stash.
Yes. Oh, there we go. The emerald lens.
Okay.
The emerald lens has the power of some twisted power of healing. While you're invested in it, you gain a negative healing, and whenever someone casts harm on you, you gain more hit points from that harm spell. You can also use the emerald lens to regain 30 hit points and gain a +2 item bonus to saving throws against magic round.
Okay.
That's the last one we attuned her to.
So if we put these in the fulcrum lens, we're not attuning to them, but we can
Correct.
still do the thing where we can force someone to attune to them.
Yes.
Okay.
And we had to be in melee to do that?
Melee spell
Yes.
attack, yeah.
Alright.
But you use the bonus of the highest lens you have slotted in.
Melee spell attack or just melee attack? It's
Melee
simple
attack with
weapons.
simple weapons.
It is either you use the bonus of the highest lens, or you use your own melee attack modifier with simple weapons.
Alright, Armina, I have great news. Take this magical thing and you hit the boss in the face with it.
Do I have to know any
Nope.
magic, or
Nope,
it's
nope.
just
You
hitting?
No.
pick it
All
up
right.
and
Use it.
smash
Yeah.
her in the face with it.
Okay.
You don't
Many
either.
times as
You don't-
possible.
Yeah. So is there like a putting these in the fulcrum thing shape? Like, where do I keep these items? Because do I give them to Armina? Because they count as less bulk, right, when they're in the thing.
Yes, just give them into the inventory of whoever has the fulcrum lens as well, and I'll set them to 0 bulk because they'll be
Okay.
considered to be inside that thing.
Sorry, Armina, we have to swap back in. I'll give you all 3 of them.
Putting the
We have
puzzle
the-
together. Let's see. Let's move that. Hold this.
Crimson Emerald Ochre.
We would assume then that the fourth
see.
lens is in Belcora's possession, right? Because she did use Gauntlight once.
Oh yeah,
So has
she
a
did
l-
use it that one time on the graveyard.
Yeah,
so
she
would have to have
has
it.
a
Yeah.
lens, right?
Well, probably, presumably, yeah.
Well, she would need one to use it, right? Like,
Well, what else would it
whole
be?
point.
So
Yeah.
either she has it on her, or it's in a place that she can access that she feels secure.
That's
about.
I
close.
would assume that she
Yeah.
has Red Pants Man down there doing this for her because she's a ghost. She can't really lift anything.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
the
we've
last
seen
one's
Red
ghost-
Pants Man
ghost
a few
touch.
times. He's still
Maybe
active.
the last
no
one
matter
is
how many
Ghost
times we
Touch,
kill.
Make it
Yeah.
easy to hit her too.
Yeah.
God.
I do notice we have a lot of like healing potions suddenly in the stash. I don't know where these came from. But maybe we should take some.
Yeah.
Did you buy some recently, Jonas?
No. I think we got a lot from the dragon and other things we picked up.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I will certainly take some.
I guess I'll have one. Why not?
No, if I
What's it
I'll
mine
take a
now?
moderate just so I have one. That cheetah elixir might be good for someone who.
Give it to Armina. She needs to run up to the ghost and hit her in the
Choose
face.
to go.
We also need to give Armina a means to not be locked down. So unfettered movement might be good.
Yeah, freedom
And
of movement on
also-
Armina for sure.
I don't know
I've
if
got
it's like
3
a
of
s-
those.
I don't know if it's like we do have the Bravos brew, I guess, for like mental stuff.
I've got a few of those.
Yeah.
Wig him and then we charge in pretty much.
All right. Well, Thorfinn will put in the install the. I think anyone can, but he'll put them in the fulcrum lens and hand it over to Armina.
All right.
Sounds good.
As you do, carefully to not interact with their magic too much, you do still notice or perhaps hear that there is a bit of a reaction. Nothing violent, it is very subtle. Distant whispers, perhaps, a feeling of not exactly being observed, but certainly a feeling of being in the presence of something that hasn't quite noticed you yet. Something distant. You know, that feeling when you're outside at night and you see like a vague shape on the horizon and you're wondering when it's going to turn around. Not if, but when it's going to turn around and sprint at you or something.
Yeah.
A bit of a anticipation of dread.
Wonderful.
Maybe we should hold off on this until the last moment, like before we walk through the door. Like we each
Yeah,
carry one
maybe.
piece on us.
I'll
Well,
take
we-
them out again.
Do we really actually know where the last moment is? Or
No.
I mean, could be
We-
this door.
We would assume that it is with Belcora.
Let's
We
finish
can-
clearing this level. We still
Yeah, there might be
still have a
something in
day.
here.
Yeah. We can
The
hypothesize that we can clear every other room, and then it must be with her.
Yeah.
The question of where the lenses are might also be answerable with more research in the room. She has certainly detailed most of her plans. It might include where she put the various lenses,
I mean, I can.
but it
Take a
would
look
require
at it.
another hour of research and an occultism check.
I mean, our time isn't like necessarily
Yeah, go for it. I mean,
Yeah, we're pressed, but not that pressed.
Yeah,
let's
I mean,
go
this is
for it.
important if we need to confirm for sure.
Mhm.
I'm going to cast. This is a time thing, so I can't cast guidance on myself because that's the next roll. Too short of a time, so I'll just roll.
You're trying to study while someone shouts guidance at you every 6 seconds.
Yeah, guys. I feel very guided right now.
Do you want to use a hero point?
I do, yeah. Let me do that.
I'm gonna. Oh, that's a bit better. Yeah, you almost just skim over the passage where she explains her plans. Her plans are not very coherent.
My plans by Belcora.
Yeah, that's her play. That's like a play she wrote. Whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Subsection evil. I almost missed it.
Oh, yeah.
Read here.
It's effectively mentioned in just one passage that she intends to give 3 of the lenses to the various allies she thinks she will be able to gather or has gathered. You aren't entirely sure from the language. Knowing that said allies will never really work together or like investigate the lenses too much or risk bringing them together to draw an involved attention, so it should be safe. And the 4th one, she intends to keep herself.
Haha.
Yeah, so even she was worried about putting all these together for too long.
Yep. Well, that's
Okay.
one way to get her, I guess.
Well, we know what Dancer's doing during the fight then.
Mm.
Rogue needs to rogue.
Well, let us finish exploring. And
I need to bathe myself in ghost touch elixir so I can pick her pockets.
yeah.
Well, you're just going to
Ghostly
get ghost gold, which,
That's great.
Ghostly pockets. Well.
Ghost touch gloves.
Yes. I have ghost oil, so I can do it. I'm just,
There we go.
Let's have a look see on this door then.
All right. The door does not open. It does not seem to be locked. It seems to be blocked.
Oh.
Yeah, get out of the way.
All right.
Get out of the way.
All right, we'll shoulder charge this door. Gotta mix it up. Can't just kick through it every time.
Give me an athletics.
Okay.
Go, Armina, go.
We'll run back. Athletics. 36.
The door is obliterated pretty much. And behind the door, a large pile of weapons that have fallen over, wedged the door closed. A reasonably sized armory of high quality weapons. Looking around, you see something what looks to be an adamantine warhammer. Clearly a +2 striking battle axe in the corner. And a fallen over armor stand that appears to have a +2 resilient chain shirt.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
Very nice.
Adamantine, eh?
Would have been useful against that.
The golem, yeah.
The golem, yeah.
Well, I mean...
Does anybody not have +2 armor currently?
Me.
All right.
Okay.
Can you wear a chain shirt?
Yes, I have medium armor fish.
All right, take it.
Excellent.
That's yours.
Just look.
And then the weapons would be great, but they don't beat. I guess having an adamantine weapon would be handy.
Yeah.
If we read another golem, but the battle axe, like, don't really get anything from that.
I can move the rune over to get a +2 striking adamantine warhammer.
Oh, there we go.
Takes a little bit to do though. But if we decide to take a final rest before the final battle, that can certainly be done.
Oh, we need to wait for our delivery, so yeah, we have to.
Yep.
Can we put runes on the fulcrum lattice?
No, it's not a weapon.
It's not a weapon.
Okay.
It's like an item.
+2 strike
But
in
I-
fulcrum lettuce.
but I wield it like a weapon to smack her and forcefully attune the lenses.
Yeah, pretty
Or-
much.
Okay. Is it an improvised weapon or
It's a
It's a
simple.
simple?
Considered a simple weapon.
You are the best person to use it.
Yeah.
You're a fighter.
Yes.
This,
Yeah, and my damage is dog shit anyway. So
listen, Armina,
yeah.
don't think about it. Just swing
Just
it.
smack her.
Yeah.
You know, maybe Dancer can start aiding you to hit her. Just
Yeah.
saying.
Oh,
Yeah. I'll borrow the
you wanna
cooperative
take
blade.
the cooperative blade? Yeah.
I mean, maybe.
Honestly, like that's maybe not the worst idea if we're going with this.
It is very cooperative to let your teammate borrow your blade to help
It's
you.
very
Yeah.
cooperative, but
Straight
maybe Roger can cast heroism and stuff on you as well. It's just
If we're doing that, it might be better to stick with what we do and give it to Dancer because I have a feat that boosts my thing. So you'd get the bonus from the cooperative blade, but it wouldn't be a +6. Like I can.
however, I don't have the bulk capacity to do that.
Yeah.
True.
It's
I
heavy.
I
Also-
am
yeah,
not
it's
strong
not a-
enough to lift that thing.
It takes your
Finesse
reaction
weapon.
to give that bonus, right? But if you use it
Right,
yourself,
yeah.
you don't have to.
So you wouldn't even use your dexterity for it either.
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm
Your
not
stats.
good at it unless it's an agile finesse weapon.
No.
It's not.
It's a sword. It's a long sword.
Yeah, well,
We just buff you up and then hopefully try and keep you from getting like CC.
Okay. Yeah.
kick
It seems
down,
like everybody has
kick down the
everybody has a
doors.
pretty clear role during
Armina
during this fight.
rippling with magical energies, muscles bulging. She raises the fulcrum lenses over her head like, ah! They charge
You know-
in.
Oh, Cora, I did not think I was going to smack her with a chair leg like
No.
looking thing to end the.
It's a sundial,
threat.
basically. You just rip the sundial
Yeah,
off
yeah.
a pedestal and running in with it. Like, "Ah!
I rip a sundial off a pedestal.
She's
and
coming
smack
in
her
with the
ghost
steel
it.
sundial! Oh my god!
Okay, so have we fully checked out
Power of the
everything?
sun
then
in the palm
for
of
this
my
turn?
hand.
This is my favorite wrestling heel turn right here.
Yeah. Looks like we've got everything in the armory.
I think so.
Yes.
Okay, so what say everyone to final rest?
Yeah, I think we have cleared it. I think we're done on this level.
Oh,
the
actually, I have one more
There was
question.
a couple
before we
of
go back.
doors that we haven't done.
Is there a couple of doors we haven't done?
Yeah, there's a door in the
Oh.
first room that went up north that we didn't go in.
Okay.
Um,
Oh, there's two.
is there
Oh my
blueprints
God.
here as well, sheep?
Should kick it down.
There are blueprints here, yes.
Okay.
What are you looking for in particular?
The question in particular I want to ask is there is the room that required the lens to open from multiple angles that was basically like the confluence of like necrotic energy through the gauntlet. I'm just wondering like what
Yes.
is down there? Because it's like a hole, right? Or
Um,
that's less.
The hole, as far as you can tell, leads directly into a room of the temple.
Oh, okay, so we can get either through the temple or through there.
Well, looking at the blueprints, it would be inadvisable because those energies would most likely tear you apart before you hit the ground.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just making sure that it's not another area that we were skipping over. But if we go through the temple and that is the same direction, then that's fine. Just wanted to make that clear so we haven't missed that thing. But it seems temple it is.
Quickly check these two doors just to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Right.
But yeah.
The room to the east is a mess. It seems to once have been a storage room that contained maybe alchemical substances, but eventually, like the wooden shelves rotted, everything fell apart, and presumably exploded in a big chain reaction. As far as you can tell, there's nothing useful left.
Okay. I want to dig through it, but Armina would probably just like kick it with her boot a couple of times, like, meh, and move on.
I mean,
To the
I
other door.
can walk
Yeah.
in and
Yeah.
like pulse to detect magic. If there's anything like hiding under it, then I can probably find something.
You do not detect any magical items in this room.
All right.
And the room to your north, the door resists a bit, mostly due to distortion from age. But what you see is a number of iron chests, all different sizes, lined against the wall of the room.
There you go, Dancer. So many locks to pick.
Clearly a fake treasury room to trip up thieves. But Dancer is smart. He shall inspect these chests carefully.
You inspect the chests, and you're fully certain that it is not fake at all.
You will open
In
the
fact,
chest.
well, the chests are locked, but the locks are so trivial that I'm not even going to ask you for a check.
Excellent.
It seems that whoever left them here was very confident in the other defenses of this vault.
Fair. You have a Death Knight and a Golem guarding, that's okay.
Yeah.
The chests contain a large number of coins. 8,000 silver pieces, 500 gold pieces, and 100 platinum pieces.
This is where all the money was. Wasn't here.
Hello there. Dancer will open the bag of holding and start shoving it in.
It does look like the chests once upon a time contained far, far more than this. It is basically just the bottom layer on the chest at this point. Chances are that this might be...
Jesus, if this is like her pittance. Like, ugh.
This is the rest of Belcora's family fortune.
Wow.
That's going to go to build a new tavern.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go to the tavern.
Oh, but this is what I came for. You know, it's been great, but...
Yeah. I need to go. Hicks
Leave the
just
buddy.
walks out. Oh, see ya. Alright, well. Like the size of this damn structure. How long did this take? All the resources she spent. Like, my God. She must have been so rich.
And so angry.
I mean, hell hath no fury like a sorceress is scorned, I guess. Like, holy crap.
Yeah.
She might win angriest person on Golarion award, honestly. Oh, well. In that case, I'd look around the darkness here. If there's anything left, but otherwise...
I think we're ready.
Then we will retreat back to the Drow City, wait for our shipment, take the final rest, and then I guess we go into battle.
Yep. Slow-mo walk down to the final floor.
Change my spells.
We've walked these empty halls that we have literally murdered our way down, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know how many flights.
The godlike janitors.
By our power.
Yeah. Yeah, the dungeon trembles before our passing.
All right. You make your way back towards Eldaris. You have to swim, of course, having lost your boat, but that's a trivial affair. You're not accosted on the way back. You can take your rest. Perhaps even consult with the cave elves, who, as they've promised, once you decide to head out and face Belcora personally, they are willing to pretty much drop the charade of them following Belcora completely and keep your back clear.
Yes.
There is nothing they can do to assist you within the temple itself. In fact, they would risk being put into a very awkward position of Belcora having power over them in her domain. It would not be good, but they can certainly make sure that nothing else comes from behind.
Sounds good.
Amazing.
All right.
And with that, then, perhaps with some anxiety, some excitement for the morning that comes, you can take your long rest.
I will move the +2 striking over to the adamantine warhammer.
Yes, one of the cave elves crafters can do that for you overnight.
Excellent. Now that is a weapon worthy of Armina, I feel. +2 adamantine warhammer. That is pretty boss, if you ask me.
Yep. Get out of my way, golems.
Yep.
And then does I forget what we got. I think it was the vitalizing rune.
Yeah, the
Yes.
disrupting rune, the new vitalizing.
It's disrupting, or vitalize is called that. Yeah.
Oh,
You
yeah.
like vitality damage
D6 to undead. All right, put that on.
I think if you crit, also you would enfeeble them, similar to how vitality dash works.
Yep.
Which is might be good.
Yeah.
There it is.
It's then the beginning of the last day before the new moon. The day where you suspect Belcora will lose at least enough of her inhibitions to unleash most of Gauntlet's power against Otari. And while she might need all the lenses to destroy Absalom, she certainly does not need all of them to destroy Otari. You know that the townsfolk have been preparing. They might not be aware of the exact time or risk that might be approaching this night, but there's certainly been an air of the adventure spirit taking over. It is an adventure town of people stocking up weapons, some people trying to get rich from that impulse. The town's guard is being arrayed into whatever best shape it can possibly be in. Enough to maybe have dealt with the previous test firing of Gauntlet, but you're fairly certain that the next one won't be as careful. You did take out Ravirax, the Black Dragon, who said that he would be part of whatever next attack might happen. So that's good. And you've taken out pretty much the entirety of the Abomination vaults. There are no more Abominations in the vaults. But that does not mean that the necromantic power of Gauntlet is any lessened as it is currently.
There was something I wanted to do while I was about to sleep.
All right.
Given that I have the Pendant of the Occult here, I would like to use that Dream Message spell.
All right.
As 4th level, I can target 10 creatures, planetary, that I know by name, have met in person, and I have to send the same message. I would basically like to send a message of warning about what we're about to do to all the prominent figures in Otari so that they are aware of what is going to happen, so that they can prepare for it. I have 150 words. I feel like that's sufficient enough, a minute of speech, to warn them efficiently.
Basically batten down the hatches because now it's happening.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can pretty much imagine like the montage of the camera looking over the beds of the various characters you message, suddenly jolting awake after the message still rings in their heads. Of Torvin going, "My friends, we're about to face the ultimate evil of Belcora. Ready yourselves, for if we should fail, the next night will be dark indeed." Something along those lines.
I like it.
That was very good, Chief. I like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And then Torfinn floats away. Ooh.
Yeah. Rustling leaves.
Yeah.
Yeah. A slight breeze picks up. And,
He wiggles his wooden fingers.
Yeah.
All right. Let's have a look then. We will place the lenses inside the contraption. Give the contraption to Armina. And then I guess the plan is just to buff Armina to the gills.
Yeah.
And have her run in and smash Belcora with it.
Pretty much.
I like it. Let's see here. We do have
worth noting though, what is your attack modifier for simple weapons, Amina?
I'm not 100% sure. Where do I find general modifiers?
Give yourself a club and find out.
You know
if
what? I'll just use the hatchet or
Be in your proficiencies in your skill list on the bottom of for attacks. It would say what you're expert in and how much it gives.
I have a plus 21 with the silver hatchet.
That is a plus
Oh, it's a
one
plus
weapon.
one, so plus 20. Plus 20.
Okay, because the highest spell attack modifier of any of the lenses is in fact plus 21.
Oh, okay. So I'll use that for the first one.
So, well, there's two options
Well,
here, because you
yeah.
can't buff that attack modifier. It's fixed, pretty much. So, unbuffed, using the lenses itself would be better. But buffed, I think Amina would be the best one.
Yeah, and also you could
Yeah.
use them in any order because you wouldn't have to worry about keeping the highest lens in there for the spell
Yeah.
attack.
That's also true, yeah.
Which I don't know if that is relevant. Like, I don't know if different ones do different things, but we could probably find out.
The wrinkle here is, right, that like every time we hit her, we forcibly attune her, so she gets more powerful the more we attack her here. We might want to try to pick what lenses to attack her with first.
Right. I would still say just go lowest to highest. I mean, it's
least powerful to most is definitely the
Fair enough.
smartest play there.
That makes sense, I suppose.
It's also worth noting that Belcor is a ghost, so you might need a means of flight. She might just go away from you. I can cast fly on you. I can prepare it today.
I believe I have a potion. Where is it? I picked something up from the Dragon Horde, I think, that gave flight. But yeah, having a backup would be good. Yeah, potion of flying. I've got that.
Okay.
I'm more worried if she goes through a wall because I don't have like gaseous form or anything or something to turn me into a ghost.
I don't think she will retreat at this point.
Probably not.
We are in her sanctum, and this
Yeah.
is her last stand, right? So I would be surprised if she runs away, but who knows? She's insane.
If she goes through a wall, then it's kind of like, we'll figure it out. I have taken disintegrate. I can break a wall.
Dig after her.
Oh, we got an adamantine warhammer too, so we can just smash through it.
Smash her way down.
Would you like to take the cooperative blade dancer? Is that helpful? Is that a way of getting the?
I can't use it using my dex, and so I'm useless with.
All right.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
I will take two badass weapons and sheathe both of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is the fulcrum lens, is it two-handed sheep?
Check.
Or can you have a shield?
I'd imagine not if it's a simple weapon.
Yeah.
Wraith club is a simple weapon, but it's two-handed.
Yeah, it's important because then if you don't have a shield, then we have to.
Yeah, oh man, that's a huge nerf if I don't have a shield. Like my whole thing.
Just HP tank.
It doesn't say, so I assume it's one-handed.
It's just like a normal item that you hold. Yeah, okay.
Let's see. Did you put +2 striking on the adamantine warhammer?
I did.
Alright, then I will delete the +2 striking battle axe because a normal battle axe won't do anyone any good.
Nope.
No.
Where's my staff? Did I get rid of it? No, it's here. Resist energy. Okay.
Nice to have them both on end, if need be.
Yeah. Okay.
There are 2 lesser healing potions here, if anyone wants them.
I think Armina should take them.
I've got quite a few already in my kit. If someone else has none, then
I have one moderate.
We have space,
I'll
take a
take-
lesser.
I have one moderate, one lesser. So I'll take the lesser ones then.
Alright, we have a greater sheet as elixir. That's on Armina. Plus 10 status bonus to your speed for 1 hour. So we drink this before we go in, pretty much.
Oh, nice.
The
Which one was
skeptic
that?
one is nice.
Cheetah's Elixir Greater.
Cheetah's Elixir. Okay,
Mm.
yeah. I will take that.
Up to which level did Otari have consumables?
10.
10. You know what? I'll buy a Cheetah Elixir for everyone. Everyone gets more movement speed.
Oh no, my
Oh.
dramatic message is ruined because you just pop up there.
No,
and
I
you-
just, you know. What?
I mean,
We
we do
leave
have a
some words
you do
to be
have
like,
a teleport, so you can
Yeah.
use that now.
Poof
Yes.
up and then just run
Can I come
in.
and get some potions? Can you
Yeah,
have them
sorry,
for
some potions.
pickup?
Need some potions.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's just stolen. There's like a bunch of coins left on the counter.
Yeah.
Elixir.
okay.
For sure, the move.
Moderate or lesser?
The one that Armina got.
Greater.
Moderate.
Greater.
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 Oh God. The opposite.
Mm.
It's
We
worth noting.
can't spend money for dead, right? So
Yeah, it's worth noting.
Well,
Sarah,
but
that
my tavern.
the Skeptic's Elixir might be good for you because it gives you a nice bonus to will saves.
oh yeah, Skeptis Elixir's for everyone. I think we bought that already, actually.
Leave it
Yeah, I
up for
have
my tavern.
one.
I will
We have a
haunt
bunch
you.
in the stash.
Yeah, I have one, so whoever doesn't take one.
I promise you.
It's good that we don't have the miscability rules in Pathfinder Second Edition where you drink 2 potions and you might explode.
Yes, they mix in your stomach and then you explode.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, we can use those if you like.
No.
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 Equipment. Stephanus Cheetah. Yes. All right, everyone gets one of those.
All right.
Of what?
Cheetah's
Cheetah.
Elixir Greater.
Yes, good.
Oh, I just had to put myself.
What about mutagens? Is that something? People use mutagens anymore?
Take a look if you want a mutagen.
I
They're
don't really
okay.
need. I just need more actions to cast heal. That's what I do. So
Could we glean from Belcora's notes and whatnot what type of sorcerer she is?
She might have a bunch of ingredients. So
Yes, you could give me an Arcana check. Basically, while you were in the vault, you dug through her notes and also looked at what she might do.
I'll give it a shot.
Yeah.
Her notes don't seem to reveal a whole lot. However, you have fought her before, twice in fact. She very much enjoys, or as far as you remember, seems to enjoy spells that twist the target's mind.
Yes.
Yep. Be careful with.
Let's take
Remaining here.
another look at these brews that we have. The Bravo brew. Is there a super Bravo brew? Oh god, that's expensive. Holy fucking hell.
I don't have a Bravo brew.
You don't have a Bravo brew?
No, I'm Bravo brewless.
oh, I've got 4, so here I'll put some in the stash.
Okay, sure. I'll take a Bravo brew.
Everybody can.
What was max level again? 10 on the Bravo brew? 10.
There you go.
Okay.
Keep one for myself. There's 3 in the
Good
stash.
news, everyone. Everyone gets a moderate Bravo brew.
Great.
Okay, cool.
What are these lesser trash for then?
we didn't have a dragon horde and all of our heritage to spend, all right?
I don't know.
Yeah, do keep in mind it is a item bonus, so it does not stack with the resilient
Resilience.
runes on armor.
That's
Do
fine.
they have resilient armor?
This is will saves
Oh, God.
specifically and fear, which is she does
Should I
use.
get resilient armor? Can we get
I
resilient armor?
don't know, we can.
The resilient rune is too high to just be available in Otari. It would take a while to order, presumably from the Darklands somewhere.
It's okay.
No
Okay,
potions.
Bravo
I don't really need the long-term solution anyway.
No, exactly.
Yep.
We're beyond that now. Let's see. That is then 600 gold. Ka-ching.
Oh, was it the greater or moderate?
Greater. Oh, sorry, moderate.
Ooh.
No, greater. No,
Okay.
absolutely not greater.
Grader's like level 15.
Yeah.
Insane.
Because I heard that, I was looking at this level, I'm like,
Yeah,
I don't know about this.
No. Moderate.
Let's be reasonable here.
The Crow Pirate brewmaster in town is getting a pretty penny out of this for sure.
Just giving the cheekiest look to Rogar while doing so.
Oh yeah. Like, my tavern is doing excellent. Ugh. Right, everyone got a Bravo moderate Bravo brew. Everyone has a sheet elixir.
Mm-hmm.
What's the cost of a potion of flying?
I don't think his tavern is doing terribly because instead of stocking alcohol, he stocks potions that only the richest adventurers buy.
Then when I make my tavern, I'll compete
for the people.
Yeah, tavern for the people.
We'll sell the ale at production cost just to get people drunk.
Not this highfalutin, fly.
It'll be Brewfest every day.
100 gold.
100 gold for a potion of flying.
I already have one, so don't need it.
Who wants
I
flying?
don't need to fly. I got reach.
Right.
Range weapons.
I'll take one for myself then. Just in case. I think that's it.
All right. Do you feel ready?
As ready as we can, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
Did you remember the USB stick? So
we already did that, yeah. We did, yeah. The thing we had to do, we did it.
Is over.
I don't know. I mean, if you could fight weak as hell Belcora, that's just a pushover, or super buffed pre-nerf Belcora.
Yeah.
You'd have to pick the pre-nerf one, right?
No.
What if other people saw you play this game and they're like, oh, look at Jonas, he did the easy Belcora run. Wow.
You're thinking of this all wrong, Malachi.
That's not what Jonas does, sorry. That's not how he plays games.
Listen. What would Dancer do? Dancer would absolutely go into the weakened Belcora. That's it. Why would he do anything else? That'd be crazy. He's not some paladin.
So just for the YouTube and maybe stream people who might be confused about the reference, it is a reference to an Iron Gods Pathfinder First Edition campaign we played in a while.
Yeah.
A long time ago,
yes.
Where there was an optional thing you could have done to reduce the boss's strength, which in the end would have made no difference because that thing was crazy. But it is something I occasionally bring up because...
The giant robot spider that TPK'd you guys?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. It shot my character with a moonbeam and forced me to eat the halfling bard.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I lived.
That happened.
Yeah, you're the only one that got out of there. Tell the tale.
My character was known for being very lucky. His power was fortune bonuses and he lived. So.
Yeah.
All right.
Yet again.
Off we go then.
Then it is indeed time.
Yes.
Yes.
Every consumable
Cordune remembers because he was there and got out too.
Yeah.
That's right.
Cordune also always gets forgotten in the dragon story.
Yeah.
Gil-galad was there too.
Gil-galad, that stuck up asshole.
Damn.
1 second then, as I prepare. No, not you. You. And you.
Say what you want about the Hobbit movies, but I believe the Elven King is perfectly cast in those movies as the most stuck-up, snooty thing that you've ever seen in your life. Exactly what you would imagine an Elven King would be. You see him and you're like, ugh, I just want to strangle him.
Yeah.
All right. And so, you make your way back in front of the doors of the temple. The doors still open. Uncertain whether it was from your last visit or someone else that visited, but as you approach, you meet no opposition. The cave elves from Adaris spread out, guarding the various tunnels. There's not a sound. They don't even talk between one another in fear of perhaps disturbing the silence. As you approach the open doors, a faint mist seems to drift out of the interior of the temple. A bit of a swampy smell greeting you, not one that you remember from last time. Almost a feeling of, well, maybe not the temple waking up, but certainly a presence coming closer.
Well,
So when do we
have-
drink these potions
now.
and such?
So we have our buffs, which are the cheetah and the bravo brew. We should
Yeah.
drink those now.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna put them in the chat so you don't have to worry about finding them. Do use the
Thanks.
one you eat.
For the 1-minute potions, we will definitely drink those during initiative.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
you can drink them before there are enemies present, but we will be in initiative once you drink them.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Skeptic
got a
is
bunch
10
of
minutes, so.
10-minute buffs. Do we?
I think by the doors.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
We'll see when we get there. Things might have changed.
We let
So
we
fast.
let Rogar, say a powerful prayer and benediction to Kate and Kaeleen when we drink the Bravo brew.
Blessed be the bravery of beer. Power he
Shivers.
gives us the will to
Overnight.
stand against evil.
What is it? That's
Knock
true.
it in the face.
Yes.
Punch it in the
Armita's
nose.
crafted
Yes.
like a shotgun sling with with the thing on the end, so it's just like on her back, ready to just like whip out.
Yeah.
when yeah.
You do like a Terminator 2 like reload of it too, like just fling it around in your hand.
Yeah. How else do you think I put the lens in?
Yeah.
We have doors.
We do have doors.
Yes. You have not previously gone through the doors to your west here, but you do know that the path further down lies to the east.
Yes.
Yeah, we weren't allowed in here before because the skeleton was.
Oh, that's
telling
right. I
us.
forgot about that.
I guess we don't go for these doors. So we go down to the bottom.
I mean, I could
Leave
take
these
I could
unexplored forever.
take a peek.
All
I
logic
suppose.
says we should leave them, and yet I'm screaming to
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
check the door.
Oh no, it's used to be right behind that door.
We already told the
Ah.
people we're going to fight her now, but I guess it's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, all right. Everyone vomit out your potion and get into the bottle.
Into the bottle, get it
We got
in.
an hour. It's fine.
Have fun,
No.
lol. You want me to take a peek?
I mean, the player in me says no, but
No.
Thorfinn's like, why not?
I
Oh,
feel
she could be in there, right?
I know.
Alright. Now we'll take a
Armida thinks it's foolish.
a careful look at this door here.
It looks good.
The door seems heavy, old, and otherwise unremarkable, looking similar to the doors to your east.
All right. He will open the door.
Oh, the wisp room.
Yeah.
Made of the same dark stone as the rest of the temple, this passage opens into a rectangular chamber. As far as you can tell, the chamber is empty.
Okay.
Probably nothing to see there.
Yeah, close the door. Double door. Double door's always a bad sign, you know?
Could be another stair down. It's mirrored.
Yeah, could be. Guess I'll take a look at the double doors.
They seem identical to the ones to your east.
Poke one open.
I'd gently attempt to push one open, but they do need some force. They're very heavy.
Oh,
It reveals a overgrown passage, various weeds and swamp grasses, as the stink of the swampy, oppressive air, similar as to what you have smelled below, but not quite as bad.
Okay.
the whispers coming from those reeds?
The reeds are not whispering. If anything, Amina thinks to occasionally hear something that could be something like that coming from the various lenses.
Mhm.
Well,
She has not put them in yet. Like,
Yeah.
she doesn't want to do that until the last minute.
Still, they are inevitably fairly close to one another.
well, I suppose time for the stair, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna close that door.
Yeah, yeah.
Things that come out. Maybe we split
We're all
up.
going at a brisk walk because we're just like try to be sneaky, but movement speed has gone up.
right.
Like,
Pensa goes one way, we go the other.
oh, sensitivity's gone up.
We'll see you on the other side.
No, DPI is increased.
Yeah.
You're leaving Dancer behind.
Yeah, he's gonna go to the other path.
Fine.
He,
Yeah, we'll
he
split up
does
and cover
better
more
without
ground.
us. We just hold him back.
That's, what the fuck?
Continue through the
Yeah,
room.
no, we will pull you down here. But I'm not taking any side rooms, side tours here.
No?
Right. No wisps seem to greet you this time, floating over the large alcove full of swampy water.
Hmm.
Although you do get the feeling that maybe the plants have grown slightly since last time you were here.
Whispering.
I don't want like whispering plants.
No? Until you see.
You look at Thorfinn.
He doesn't whisper.
He shouts.
Yeah. How does he talk actually?
There's a dwarven voice coming
think
out of
about
the.
it.
Like,
Yeah, it's the dwarf voice coming out of Leshies are vessels, so be whatever they want to be.
yeah.
Very
Egg.
modern.
One second while I do things.
Yes, you're very modern for a plant. Yes, that's been around for years and years.
Egg, Leshy.
Oh.
Keg leshy.
Malt, Leshy. You know, there's opportunities.
Leshy.
There's the like sap leshy.
Leshy Karish.
Ah, leshy licorice.
Mm-hmm.
Delicious.
Let me know when you've loaded.
Get on it. I am loaded.
Me too.
I'm in.
You
Oh, no, there's
descend
pipes.
the narrow staircase into the room where you were previously led by Lady of Whispers, but it seems to be entirely empty. You do hear faint sounds. As you've joked before, whispers, perhaps. This time not coming from the lenses themselves, but sort of emanating from around you.
Peek around.
Nice to not have to go through pipes this time.
That was bad.
Yeah, I'm not for the pipes.
No.
Oh,
Ooh.
My God.
is that what the whispers are saying, sheep?
Yes, it is.
What dread language is that?
Seems like maybe a cue to start downing the 10-minute buffs.
I mean, sure.
It is Eklo that some of you understand.
Ah, yes.
Oh.
Let's put the door inside over here.
Okay. You're gonna explain what they're saying? Because I can't read it.
Sure. You can hear Dancer under his voice saying, "The wind, her voice. The wisp, her eye. Your life, her choice. Your lot, to die."
I gotta use this.
It takes 10 minutes to open the door.
Oh, in front of you does seem to be a large rocky barrier. Last time you've crawled through pipes and climbed up dams.
Well, now we have an adamantine warhammer.
You three get heroism.
Oh, okay.
It is worth noting that Adamantine in Pathfinder 2nd Edition does not bypass hardness. It only bypasses things that say they are bypassed by Adamantine.
Oh,
And you know,
Hey.
guys, because I'm just that kind of person, have some of this too. Why don't you
Jesus
all?
Christ.
Oh,
Some unfettered
Thank you.
movement.
is there a
Doesn't actually
spell
have an
check?
effect though. Just
too bad.
something to remember.
Right.
Okay.
right, but we still need to pass through this door, which might take a while.
Dancer will look at the door and see if it can be opened.
Alright, give me.
I remember this.
I roll for you. As far as you can tell, this is like genuine rock. There is no mechanism attached to it. You're pretty sure the only way it could be moved was with some significant, like, telekinetic powers.
Okay.
It's very much substance of the temple itself. Someone attuned to the temple may be able to move it, but that someone was destroyed by you.
Alright. Then the method is the pipe here.
Yep.
And then we go in and around. So we did before.
So you approach the pipe. You are assaulted by the oppressive stink of swampy air. Worse than it was last time.
Yep.
Great. Squeeze
How's
through.
that?
That is the only way
Yeah.
in, so we don't have a lot of choice, unfortunately.
Okay, I think we'll slip right through with unfettered movement, right?
That's true.
That's true.
So you can't get stuck.
I cannot be
Yeah,
fettered.
as you-
little slurp, like
as
popping
you-
an almond.
As you get down there, however, give me fortitude saves.
Sure.
I have a bottle of air. Can I use that to bypass the fortitude save?
Yes, you can. You are
I don't
prepared.
like
It is a
rats, or-
poison effect if it matters.
I don't know.
Amina and Roga crit succeed. Torfin, that is a failure.
Yeah, I know.
You are sickened too. And have to remain sickened until you get somewhere where there isn't swampy oppressive air.
Okay, sounds like down here.
Torfin, not to be, there's no commentary on species, but would you like a bark skin?
Kind of like taps his tummy. Sounds like wood to him, but I think I'll be fine.
I do have this bark skin potion, so if somebody wants it.
Oh, I drank
Didn't-
mine.
All right.
Yeah, you
Rogar?
give it to Rogar.
Yeah, give it to
Rogar.
Rogar.
I mean, I guess. As long as
Bark
people don't
skin.
try to burn me, I guess.
If you do, as a reaction, you can get rid of the buff. So
Swampy water. You'll be fine. Just roll in the mud.
yeah, remember, let's keep away from the middle.
Yep. Yep, with the weird
Yeah.
eye tentacle thing hanging out. Jesus, what's happening?
What was that?
There was a car outside.
Oh, is this air good enough shape for me?
Yes. Wet as you are after having to effectively swim through the thick, swampy water, you do clamber up the dam and through the garden.
All right.
The doors to your west are not something you've paid too much attention to the last time you were here, but they are certainly indicative of perhaps an inner sanctum, richly decorated with various symbols. Hard to really decipher, although you could give me an occultism if you want to ponder the symbols for a bit.
Sure. Why not?
It would be like a 10-minute affair.
Is
Although
it
you are
a-
investigating,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're not doing 10 minutes.
which means, yeah, but you are investigating, which means you get a free one.
Okay. I was just gonna say, if this is identify magic.
It is not magic. It is effectively
Okay.
language.
Then I will. Did you roll that one for me?
I did.
Okay.
As far as you can tell, the various symbols do seem to indicate that this is perhaps a spawning ground for wisps. It is a bit difficult, like the exact wording seems to be generational pit, whatever that means.
Okay.
But it is definitely indicative of the central part of the temple.
Alright. That is to say, lenses in. Let's go.
I assume you spent some time to get rid of Toffin's Sickened first, though.
Yeah.
Well, how long does it take? I thought you said it's just I need fresh air.
As an action, you can make another save
Oh, it's a
to
save.
reduce it by 1.
Oh,
It is.
I mean, yeah, I would spend.
But given like a minute or 2, which should be fine with your current potion effects, you don't need to roll.
Okay, sure. If this fight lasts 8 minutes, then we're dead. So
80 rounds. I think we can beat it.
yeah.
Alright. Moving up to the doors. Everyone get in positions.
Yeah. Oh, Sheep, could you change the bulk of the lenses? Because I'm encumbered now.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Bulk. Negligible. And as you approach the doors, you do get a palpable feeling of, well, really magical power emanating from it. A dread feeling attached to it. Often with some arcane knowledge, of course, will identify that as a significant aura of necromancy, sort of permeating the doors.
Necromancy afoot here.
Yes. The door's trapped.
You don't think so.
In that case.
But they're certainly heavy enough that throwing them open to surprise anyone behind them isn't exactly an option.
In that
More
case,
of a dramatic pushing open.
we will look that everyone is in position they want to be. And then
I'm not. I need to be here. Yep.
you all want to clump up. Remember that she has AoE shit, right? So
I need to be in range to give spells to people, so I
Alright.
need to be somewhere close. Here, I'll go here.
Or is it all that good?
then
Do it.
looks at everyone, nods, and then we push the doors open.
Okay, do you want to push them open and then drink your 1-minute potions, or do you want to do that first?
She might be talking for a minute.
I was about to say she might monologue. If we're doing this, we're committing to not letting her monologue,
Yeah,
which feels
not
unfair to
doing it.
Sheep.
always let the villain have their time. I mean,
yes.
Yeah,
No, we'll save the 1 minute. For
we're gonna
in
save the
combat.
world, but we're gonna be considerate about it.
Yeah. I might hold a potion. I might hold my quickness potion in my hand. You know,
I'll hold one of my.
I'm ready in a potion.
Man, the potions are so inconsiderate that they don't pause during a
I
cutscene.
know. All right. Let's do it.
Right. Give me just a second. As you then push open both doors, you see the following. You open the doors, revealing a strangely shaped chamber, humid and oppressively clammy. The heat, the humidity washes over you and instantly basically drenches you in sweat. Your noses are assaulted with acidic and sulfurous gases. Not enough to cause any fortitude checks, but bad enough to be entirely unpleasant. The room's 4 wings each contain a massive pool of bubbling swamp water. Flickering motes of light and darkness play underneath the surface of the pools. The chamber's center is partially blocked by a circle of towering black standing stones, which crackle with eerie energy that shoots up into a shaft in the ceiling. 7 narrow channels, as though dug into the stone by a 7-fingered hand, run from each pool, and 3 of the walls to a moat in the center of the room. This one here, flowing towards you. And in the center of these standing stones, you can barely see it, perhaps Dancer peeking around the corner, stands an island holding a smooth altar topped with a black lens the size of a fist. Floating near and above the lens in the center, let me actually put you in the center to reveal a bit more for just a second. That's good enough. Is a ghostly shape. She has certainly noticed you, although her attention seems to be currently occupied by weaving and shaping the strands of energy coming up from the various standing stones as they twist and turn and disappear into the ceiling. You've seen them before. The energy that suffuses Gauntlet, that powers and charges the mechanism at the very top. So we'll go to initiative.
Alright.
What? No monologue?
Not yet. She doesn't have a turn yet.
Oh. Well.
No self-respecting villain will rely on a one-sentence free action to do their monologue.
Uh-huh. Oh, that makes sense.
I guess I'll try one last time to demoralize her on the way in.
Oh yeah, I can do that too, actually.
You don't have to be bad, Belcor. You can change. It's not too late.
Yeah, I guess I'll scream at her too. I'm not bad at intimidation per se. But she's a pretty scary ghost.
she is not even concerned in the slightest.
Yeah, I imagined. The battle cry of the Avengers of Atari.
Yeah.
Echo through the chamber.
Oh shit, we should all have a +2.
Oh. Am I rolling for everyone now? I want to roll for NPCs.
You said we were +2 for scouting?
Yeah,
Sarah?
so Torfin should be ahead of her. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. In that case, with the music, you're basically having pushed open the doors. You feel her attention drift away from her work keeping her busy towards the doors. There's a monologue coming, but Dancer, you have the first move here.
Most excellent.
Find that fucking lens.
So the lens, can Dancer see the lens from here?
You think you vaguely spot it in the center of the standing stones.
Right.
Here, you can see my ping.
Well, we need that
It
lens.
seems to be the center of Belcora's attention currently.
Oh, we need that lens. That is certainly not something we need. Dancer will then spend one action to drink his prepared potion. Bring him. Spell effect haste. There we go. And then he will start moving in. I can't see my distance still here, so this is a bit awkward, but I'll count.
You can turn that on in the module settings. I don't know where though, so you'll just have to count.
Okay. I mean, should I just go for it? Kinda. if he moves here and takes a look, like, does it appear that the shard is suffused with horrid energy that would like murder him if he touched it?
No. In fact, the energy seems to emanate from the stones and only really coalesces higher up in the room. The lens itself does seem to do something with the strands of energy, but in fact, as you get closer, it mostly seems to be linked to Belcora here.
Okay. Then he will continue movement because he has to sheet, I think. He's dashing in here. I guess I'll just try to snap this up from her. Yeah, I think that's smart. Question mark.
Well, we know we need to tune her troll 4, and if she already is tuned to that one, that's dumb.
I guess she is attuned to that one, actually.
We don't need to take it from her, we just need to cover one of the other ones.
You know what?
Right?
That's true. Right?
Presumably.
Impression I got.
Could
is
do a
she's-
recall
she's
knowledge, arcana, or cultism.
No, I can't.
Oh, okay.
I wish I thought to get a potion of speed.
I'm gonna cast haste on you. Don't worry.
In that case, I think Dancer is gonna use this to like get into position a bit more, so he would not have moved out if I can backtrack to back here.
Okay.
And then I will be a real nuisance here, and I will cast, or I will use Dust of Disappearance on myself, turning invisible, and that's it.
Understood. So you rush forward into position, glance around the obelisk, and then decide to go invisible. Thorfinn.
Yes. I will cast haste on Arminder. So that's 30 feet.
Can someone help put invisibility on me? The dust is not working properly.
Click on the invisibility spell within the item, and then drag the invisible in that spell description onto yourself.
Okay.
There you go. Then I will activate my runic impression and put ghost touch on my weapon. I think that would be important. And
Yes.
I am done.
Alright. It is then her turn as she stops her weaving motions in front of the energies and the lens. The energies continuing to drift upwards, although slightly more disorganized without her attention, as she rotates towards where she seems to see a dancer despite his preparations, looking him straight into the eye with a grin that is just slightly too wide, slightly too twisted to be canny, really, as her ghostly voice seems to fill the chamber. You would think things change over so many years, but this certainly is a deja vu. A group of so-called heroes being far out of their depth. Last time, maybe I was unprepared, overeager, arrogant perhaps, but I've learned much since then. As much as I would enjoy, perhaps will enjoy, tearing you apart with my very own hands, you are barely an inconvenience. You will not stop me. Not like the Rolls God tried. I am eternal. I am infinite. Even if you were to do anything here, I would simply return the next day, and then again, and then again, and then again until Absalom is destroyed. I am as eternal as my rage, and no mortal blade nor magic spell will change anything about it. As she will then spend a moment just laughing, really. A laugh that I have no chance of replicating. But at the last pearl of laughter echoing ethereally through the room, she claps together her hands, and a light from up above, the same chamber that the energies are disappearing into, briefly blasts the room. And as the flash of light disappears, it leaves behind
Monsters.
Monsters indeed. As next to the dancer, another Grave Knight appears. Not the same one, but certainly the same kind of undead. And in front of Amina, an undead, although clumsy skeletal construct, briefly looking around in disorientation, and then looking directly at her. And that will be her turn. The Grave Knight, appearing in a dignified kneel, his sword in front of him, will rise up, raise said sword, and he does not see Dancer. He will instead
Don't come back here.
Uh-oh.
charge out and engage really the only target he can see here. Which does appear to... Wait. He
My
can't.
power is entirely gone, swept away by the very presence of this creature.
No, he will not do that because he can't quite reach. He will instead pull out his bow and shoot at Amina.
Okay.
Which is just about a miss. Roga, it's your turn.
Well, do I feel an aura of anti-divine magic?
Not from where you're standing currently.
Good, because I didn't want to sit this one out. Summon the Kanya
Oh yeah.
in there.
Kanye, let's go.
Get in there, just somewhere like
Drop those
Okay, you
I
fat
can see in the
beats.
door.
You do have to tell me how to... Wait, I can just get the same one. Anya.
You can even give me ownership if you want.
If I can figure out how, yes.
You go to the actor and then
Right-click on
click
the-
it and give it to
yeah.
me, and then you'd put it in the party so that I can see it.
Party?
Drag it to the party.
You don't
actor
strictly
tab.
need to do that. It would just let you see the folder that she's in currently.
I put it in the party.
You do not have permission to own this creature, alright? So I think you right click it, and then you do
Ow.
like change ownership, and then you make players
From here.
controller
Yeah.
of him. I
Does it
still
work
don't
now?
have access. No.
Yeah,
Well,
you want
maybe
to
you gotta save
ownership,
first.
not observer.
Still just a friend, but not someone I can.
Okay, I'm not sure where I changed this. Wait, there, yes. All players, owner. There you go.
Good, excellent. Now I can do stuff with it. Wonderful.
Alright, she appears in a flash of holy energies. Recall slightly at the profane powers suffusing this place.
It's gross. Yes. Oh, ooh, so many options. I think Kanye will touch Amina with. Or. Should you make herself invisible or Amina invisible?
What level of invisibility?
2. So it's gonna disappear.
Yeah, it's not worth it, I think.
Alright, well, I guess I could just sing.
Yeah,
Just do
singing is
like
good. I like singing.
just that one. Just-
Courageous
What's my
answer.
status to it? I will take that. Yeah.
Doesn't stack with the heroism, but
No, but it replaces it with a better one.
yeah.
And then once it's gone, because it's once a thing, we'll still have the other one. But yeah, and the other one gives us saves as well. Heroism.
It's good.
No, well, that's that then.
Amina.
I will drink my held potion, which is a potion of flying. Yeah, throw that in chat. I'll then use my haste action to start moving. 5, 10, 15.
40 feet.
Yeah, I'm skirting around this thing because I think it probably has reach. I think that was 40. Let me.
So if you go settings, configure settings, elevation ruler, and turn on use token ruler, you can get the distances.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Settings.
Elevation ruler, configure
Elevation
settings.
ruler.
The third option, use token ruler. Just don't check.
Use token ruler. Check out. All right. Cool. All right.
Let's see.
I see her. So that was 30. So I got 10 more. And then we are going to charge Belcora, holding the cooperative blade flying in. She's like, kind of grinning, playing up the like, yes, just like the past, indeed, and it's going to have the same results. As she does that, she at the last second drops the cooperative or sheathes the cooperative blade and slings the staff around and is going to just bonk, try and smack her with it. So I don't actually have a weapon thing for this, so I'll just roll a flat d20. So that's a 14 plus the buff, which I think it was a plus 21?
Yes.
So 35 to hit.
Plus 2
plus your status bonuses.
Oh, that's right. Plus all my status bonuses.
Yeah.
That connects. She
right.
looks at you like first like discarding your presence entirely, and then she does like a double take and what?
Not quite like last time.
As you force the energy of one of the lenses to effectively bind with, well, her, really.
Yeah. We're going to force her to have the ochre fulcrum lens.
This is the classic, oh, you want power? How about all of it? And it's like,
Oh gosh.
ow.
Ooh, creepy.
Yeah. She wasn't happy about
As
that.
she screeches and says, "What are you doing? You will bring her attention on all of us. You too will be destroyed. Is that what you want?"
She's like, she grins and says, "Nope, just on you." As she'll go in for the second attack with
Yes,
her fourth
raise
action.
it up again. More
Yeah.
smacking.
So,
which
D20
which
plus
lens did you use for her?
The ochre fulcrum lens.
So,
That one just gives her bonus against emotion effects. The best, or the one. It's gonna be bad no matter what, but
Yeah.
let's at least give her the stronger powers later, you know.
Yeah.
Plus 21, minus 5 for map, and then plus. What do I have all these? Okay. Oh, it'd be really nice if I had a weapon macro for this. I think I have a plus 3 in
just
total
create-
from all these.
Just create a
10 clubs?
club in your inventory and use that because it's a simple weapon. Everything should
Sure.
stack properly with it.
That's a good idea. I should have done that. Nope. Dragging down the pacing. All right, club. We'll grab that. We'll equip it. And then go over to actions. Strike with map minus 5. Yeah. 33.
33 connects.
Bonk.
Couple ammo.
We will give her. Sorry, I looked at these, prioritized these earlier. Where's my list gone? Yeah, so they're all kind of bad from here on out.
Go for it. Just pick one. It's fine.
I'm gonna say let's give her the crimson fulcrum lens, the bonus to melee attacks.
Sure.
The alternative makes her harm worse, and that I think
Yeah.
overall that's gonna be. And that's my last action.
All right.
Right, it is the Hulk's turn. We'll move forward and
There.
smash at Kanya. It's a hit. Slash and slash. That is a miss. Dancer.
Yes. Well, he looks over as Armida has smashed into Belcora with the fire and fury. And then he looks at the Grey Knight and he looks Torfin back there. Oh, damn it. This is not good. This Grey Knight cannot be allowed to rampage to the back. Armina is probably fine up there. She's doing great.
I do need that last lens. I can't finish this until I have that.
She is already bound to it, maybe. But I could try to get it to you.
See.
It's just I'm worried that this.
No,
Death
you're
Knight
right.
will-
The casters are pretty vulnerable. So
Yeah, I'm worried that this Death Knight doing bad things.
I don't think there's a bad choice here. You just gotta.
Gonna use my haste action to step here. I am undetected to this creature, so he will be flat-footed.
Correct. Reminds me, sorry. Amina. Please give me a fortitude save as you feel like something of yours gets sapped away by the running, swampy water that you've crossed.
Okay. I am flying above it, if that
Yes.
makes a difference.
It does
Okay.
not make a difference.
Great. Do you have a button for me or manual?
Manual, please.
Okay. 41. Crit success.
Yeah, you're fine.
Hell yeah.
Then, oops. I will strike.
Yeah, he is flat-footed.
Yes.
Just a hit.
Tough cookie. 30 damage.
All right.
Then
Strike.
I will strike again.
And you're no longer invisible?
I am.
Oh, you are.
Disappearance
Okay.
is greater visibility, effectively. I'll strike again. Map. Come on. No. And I will. Yeah, I'll go for the last one. Nope. Good rolls, but not enough. But at least he's engaged. Something's hacking away at him.
What's your debilitation? You hit him.
Flat-footed. Yeah, let's do flat-footed.
Okay.
I could slow him down if you prefer him to walk slower.
No, if flat-footed would be nice.
Alright, flat-footed it is.
Okay.
1 second. Oh, okay. Dolphin.
Okay, so I can like barely see this this fellow, but I can see something, right?
You can see him.
Be super heavy
That's-
cover, but I can still right?
Yeah, it's an awkward shot. He would have cover.
That's fine. I'm going to ignore that cover. We need to clear this room. But of course, the focus here, so I'm going to just blow some stuff. So let's start with this, so I can ignore it. Circumstance penalties, put in cover, and then I'm gonna spell strike with a disintegrate.
Ooh. Alright.
So hopefully it works. Let me just cast a spell, and then we take the shot and hope for the best. I'd say
Fair.
it's still damage. And then he needs to make a DC 29 fortitude save for 46.
He
Nice, succeeds.
does succeed.
He takes half.
Alright. The arrow blasts him. He mostly like deflects the spell like with a twist of his bow. But still, like there's chunks of his armor missing.
Alright, that was me.
Right, it is then Valkara's turn. Who will take a 5-foot step.
Okay.
followed by a quickened casting of invisibility.
Okay.
If I can find... There we go.
Provoke.
She stepped
no,
away.
She stepped.
Followed by another spell. Which one? We'll go for this one. Yes. As she steps away, blending in, turning invisible, and then suddenly Amina's mind is assaulted by visions of you dying in various ways, falling into the swamp water, being devoured by whatever lies below. Give me a will save.
Does she have enough actions to do that? I don't want to.
Yes.
Okay.
She quickened her invisibility.
Yeah, but
just
that's
as
still a one action, right?
She is quickened, a special quickened even, and also used her once per day quickened spellcasting to get the invisibility off.
I didn't see that she had a
don't-
quicken status.
don't forget about your iron medallion, Sarah.
Iron medallion. Where is
Yeah,
that?
Should be a talisman that we got.
Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, I was looking at that earlier. I think I used that as a reaction.
No, it's a free action when you attempt to will save against a fear effect, but you have not rolled yet. It's a free envision.
And this is definitely a fear effect. So yeah, I will.
Yeah,
spend that.
it is very
will
much a
spend-
fear effect.
I will use my iron medallion consumable, and then make the will save.
Hey,
That
38.
is a critical success.
Ah ha!
You are unaffected. You are iron-willed. You are a child of Otari, the town, not the person. And you are certainly going to defend it.
I'm the child's child of Otari's best friend. I mean, that's it definitely rolls off the tongue.
Was he a best friend? I guess he was.
They were all best
Co-workers.
friends, I would assume.
Co-workers, yeah.
Co-workers.
So
Acquaintances.
each other professionally. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
As it is then the Grave Knight's turn, who will drop the bow again. Draw his sword, which will provoke, but I don't think you have an attack opportunity.
I don't.
And then he will simply point his free hand roughly towards where Dancer is and blast your general area with a cone of cold necrotic energies. Give me a reflex save. But you nimbly dodge out of the way. He's chasing invisible shadows. It's impossible for him to track you. Roga.
Still doesn't really want to deal with that Grave Knight because I can't. Just don't need him dead before I can really get going. But I'll stop at walking up here so I can see this thing. So what does the Grave Knight's aura, how far does it extend? 30 feet?
Yes.
So I can sort of be around here, right? Well, you can't see
Yep,
me
you-
anyway, so...
You can either break line of sight or be further than 30.
Right, I'll look at this big thing here, and I will, It's a big bad creature, hurting my not so bad creature. Get some spells out there. Let's do something like this, see if I can... blast it, like, there.
Alright. You blast. That's 2 failures and a success. Actually, sorry, no.
Full damage in second one, or half damage.
It's 1 failure and success. Takes half, and the Hulk is second. The power of Cain Kaleen invades the profane temple of another god successfully.
Joyce says,
Right.
Brawler has struck once, but do so
Anything
again.
else?
Yeah, of course, Kanye is going to cast the Courageous Anthem. first and foremost. Everyone can renew that so it doesn't, go away from you. And we gotta do something about this creature. Yeah, maybe now she just cast invisible on herself.
Right.
Still in the way, but at least it'll make it harder to kill her. And she doesn't do anything hostile anyway. That's that.
All right. As can't really do much.
That's good.
As Torfin notices an invisible presence, which will then try to drain him. You see the faint outline of a wisp drifting towards you, and then attacking you with its draining touch, which is a critical miss. Another critical miss. Incredible.
Is this my luck paying me back?
Is that sweet super armor you
Been
got?
stacking this whole time.
Yeah. Cash it in.
Oh yeah, it's only crits from now on.
Being attacked by a game master.
As another wisp will attack Tanya here, who's sadly in the way. No, you are this one, okay. Try to drain her. Although she's invisible too, which makes this a lot harder. Does so unsuccessfully. Amina, you have a feeling you roughly know where Belcora might be in this moment.
That's right.
Which could spell disaster for her.
That's right, because I have blind sense.
Yes!
Yes.
I'm gonna
Yes!
fly and charge her and look at her directly in the eye so that she knows that spell did not work. This thing right next to me here, does this look like the last lens that I'm looking for?
It does. She does already seem to be affected by it, presumably
Right.
already attuned.
Just hit her once.
Fantastic. Yeah, then all I need to do is hit her once. I'm not rolling a flat check. We're going to use a club. Hang on. I have a thing. Consumables. There's one that forces her to be off guard against me. Where is it?
Rummaging through her pockets.
Yeah, somewhere. I've been holding on to this fucking forever and waiting for the right chance. But Dancer always provides off guard.
Yeah.
All right. Jade Bauble. There it is.
Hey, the Jade Bauble.
Oh, wait. No, I'm not attacking with it. When you activate the bauble, it magically draws the attention of foes. Until the start of your next turn, enemies within reach of the weapon of the talisman is affixed to are off guard. I'm going to spend an action to affix that to my club fulcrum lattice.
Are you a master with the weapon?
I am a fighter. I assume I'm a master with simple weapons.
That's with simple weapons, right?
All right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we will spend an action to do that.
I guess we can let it count as a weapon for this purpose. Sure.
Sounds good. So she's off guard against me now.
Alright, here we go.
Oh, wait. So you do have to affix the talisman and then have to spend an action to command it, and also.
So what I
an action to have-
assumed what was happening here is that it's attached to your poplar blade. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to use the weapon. It just means within the reach of the weapon. So you could just use it and then use the fulcrum, like, because affixing a talisman takes 10 minutes. You can't just put it on something.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it's not really it's not like a potion. It's something you have to have prepared.
I see. I thought that was the action was affixing it and activating it.
No, the action is activating it after affixing it.
Okay.
It takes quite a few actions to get ready.
Although, yes, text as written certainly doesn't say that you have to attack with a weapon. It just has to be in reach of the
It's
weapon.
within reach.
Would it be fair to
Technically she
assume, because
would
this
be.
this is the weapon I've been planning to attack Belcora with. Like, could I have done that last night during all of our weapon prep?
All right, sure.
I appreciate it. So I will spend the action to activate, and then blind sense. So no targeting, and then we will just try and give her the final bonk. Back.
Final bonk.
That is a miss.
31 is a
Okay.
miss.
31's a miss.
It is.
On flat foot.
Okay.
She's not flat-footed.
Yes.
She's off guard against me
Wait.
because of the bubble.
Wait, she is. Therefore, that's a hit.
Yes!
Yeah, and I would have missed except blind sense.
Yes!
So wombo combo. So I will give her the emerald lens.
Wait. Blind.
Wait.
Well, I don't want
No, that's
to
fair,
just
that's
want
fair.
to give you.
Gotta
So
make sure.
you
Or
don't need
blind
to
fighting.
a flat check to target concealed creatures.
Yeah.
Against a hidden creature, you need a DC 5. You roll
However,
2.
you have a hero point. You can use it
I
on
do
any
have-
roll.
yes,
True.
I will
Use it on your flat
absolutely use
check.
a hero point
Do it.
on that.
Flat
So
check,
we will
yeah.
command roll d20.
Yay!
Heroic
Is
bonk.
enough. As you strike at Balcora, the energy of which lens?
The last one, the I just said it, Emerald Fulcrum Lens.
The emerald fulcrum lens entering Balcora as she once again, I need to get my soundboard, wails as the energies suddenly suffuse her. Nothing happens this second, but you do feel a presence suddenly growing much, much stronger. The same dreadful feeling that you've had before.
Don't think
Suddenly
Nimbleoth's going to take too
intensified.
kindly to you using them.
Ghost.
As she screeches, "You know nothing!"
That's what I have smart friends for.
That's worse. Well, attempt to-
Camera
I'm-
zoom,
Can
matrix slow down.
I still have actions left. I would drop.
you do not. You moved, you activated, you struck.
I am quickened, so I have one more.
You are quickened.
Yeah.
I'm corrected. All right, you have an action.
All right, we're going to. I think I want to just get the fuck away if Nimbleoth is going to be looking at this spot. So I'm going to fly over here and go and protect my friends. So I'll try and get in the way of this big boy over here.
Heroic away!
Yep. Bonk, bonk, bonk. There we go.
All right.
Oh, actually, as I come out and into sight, I see this guy. I'll go over here instead.
Sure. As this wisp will try. No, not that one. Second attack on distance. Nope.
Descend as we go.
The Hulk will turn its attention to Amina here and try to swat her. But fail miserably. Alright. The start of the next turn.
Hands up.
No, it's
Nope.
not. It is. It's the start of the next turn.
Nimbleoth is added to initiative.
Well,
Can't
almost.
see my screen, guys.
As you suddenly see a terrible blackish grey mist seeping into the room, spilling forth from the pedestal in the center and from Belcora herself. The fulcrum lens, Amina wielding, spewing forth similar mist, growing hot to the point where Amina has no choice but to drop it. It stinks of a fetid bog, leaves a layer of cloying, slimy water over everything, spreading rapidly. The mist twists, coalesces into the center of the room, into a shape, a form, vaguely humanoid, 7-fingered tentacles appearing instead of arms, lashing out, scratching into the walls, leaving gashes behind through which you think you can see the stars. Two of the standing stones immediately crumble, effectively beheaded, as the tentacles then swirl towards Belcora, floating as she screeches, wrapping around her, squeezing. For just a second, you see the utter fear, the desperation, perhaps even regret on Belcora's face, as her very essence is just snuffed out by this enormous shape growing larger and larger, having wrapped its tentacles around her. And moments later, Belcora is gone. The mists, almost as if turning towards you, observing you, perhaps judging you in this very moment. For a moment, there's a feeling of unavoidable, will save avoidable dread. That I would like you to roll real quick. As the shape's eyes, or what seems to be its eyes, a glowing star-like cross where its face would be in the shadows, fixates you. But it does not seem like it is your time yet. It does not seem to have any business with you at all. If it had, you would have ceased to exist moments ago. The other creatures, the undead, are obliterated by its flailing of tentacles just moments before. Perhaps they didn't realize it, but moments later they clatter to the ground as, empty armor and broken bones. The wisps change their tune entirely. They do not serve Belcora any longer. They have no quarrel with you, as they basically seem to want to withdraw immediately. If you succeed, you're merely frightened too. If you fail, you will be frightened free. Something that may or may not matter. I need 2 more will saves.
Oh, we also see from where we are?
Yes.
Oh,
It is
boy.
a presence that just subsumes everything. And the standing stones that blocked your sight are completely torn apart.
Alright. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to blind them.
Oh, go on. Well, I guess I...
Time to hero
use my
point. Then. There we go.
Right.
Safer.
All of you are merely frightened too and not rooted in place as the presence washes over you. I even have a depiction of Nimbeloth that
Yes.
you will be privy to.
Show me.
I don't think we can be rooted in place since there's
That's true.
Unfettered.
immune to being...
Well, she's a god, so who the heck knows, right?
It is sadly not of this situation. It is the figure in the top right, the humanoid shape. John Nimbeloth, all players. Yes. Why am I getting this?
I don't know.
Wait, I don't want to show you too much.
I'm sorry, sheep.
Show image
I
only.
thought you do that.
Oh god.
Oh,
Oh wait, she's eating an Astro Demon.
that's funny.
Wow, look at her. She's awesome. Look at her.
That's dope.
Imbeloth.
Cool.
Empty death.
The empty death, indeed. And with her judgment, her destruction of Belcora done, the parasite, the mosquito swatted off her back. The mists and the shape you thought you saw them, but moments later aren't so sure anymore. Maybe you just imagine it. Although the destruction certainly suggests that it was very real. An image, perhaps, that your mind refuses to keep a hold of too hard. Belcora is simply gone in moments. She is as a mosquito to the being that Nimbeloth was. And with her gone, there's an immediate effect. The silence is broken by a horrible grinding sound coming from up above. You see the energies emitted by the standing stones, those that still stand, dissipate and just fly around chaotically, as if there's suddenly a force pushing at them from above rather than them drifting above. There's a crunch that echoes. What do you do?
We leave. I think.
Bail.
Get out. Well, what is happening?
question.
Can I do recall knowledge, sheep?
You can.
Yes. Occultism?
Occultism works, yeah.
Yeah. What would happen if, the big magical artifact that you have control of, don't have control of anymore? What happened?
Well, as you ponder, what do the rest of you do? We're still in initiative. It's basically one round here.
Are the lenses destroyed?
They seem to have shattered when Amina was forced to drop them.
Good.
Presumably not from the drop, but from, Nimblov presumably arriving and being like, no, you don't do that.
Yeah. Good. I mean, Dancer just looks around with some, his elation turning to horror, turning to desperation as he calls out, "We need to leave!" And then he will just take off, we need to get out of here.
Yep.
All right.
Right, this door.
I can deal with it, but I'm thinking.
Yes.
I think I can, at least.
Yeah, we're roughly initiative, so consider your actions, but the order isn't that important. Torfin, you're not entirely sure, but whatever you heard can't be good.
Alright. Is it like one action each, right? Or
No, you can take your turn. Free actions.
okay, so there's a stone object here.
Yes.
Can I disintegrate it?
Yes.
Okay, I use my second disintegrate to get this thing out of here. Do I need a roll?
10-foot.
If you hit an object, it's destroyed with no save unless it's an artifact. It's a big rock. It is blown the fuck up.
Yeah.
Go,
Get out of there.
Go.
I can't remove the rock. I've opened the rock. Assume it is gone.
There we go.
It's 2 actions. I assume the recall knowledge was 1, so I'm done, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Alright.
Can I keep
It's
running
open.
or
Run!
You
Get to
can
the portal
keep taking
thing.
your actions, yeah.
run?
We got a portal. Go use it quickly.
Oh yeah.
Gonna move. Second act, I'm gonna scoop up Torfin and then spend 2 actions flying with carrying Torfin up.
Go.
Yeah, I guess I let Kanya go home. I mean,
No, you stay here.
cover retreat against what? The falling rocks.
Right, you pick up Torfin. That would make you encumbered, I believe, though.
Probably.
We've got the lenses out of it, so it doesn't stop anything, right? I don't know.
It's okay. I've got quick
wait,
and a faster speed. Like,
Even on unfettered movement, you can't be reduced speed by encumbered, right?
well, there we go.
Oh,
Isn't that how
sure.
Straight
The
up
power of
Superman
magic.
/ Neo here. Like,
Yeah, how far can you go?
Scoop.
Oh, you're quickened.
All right.
So-
I'm quite.
It's-
Yeah, I have 4
it's
actions and 40
reactions.
foot fly speed. So I'm.
okay.
Yeah, you can be where the others are.
Yeah.
All right.
Ah.
It is then that you hear another massive crunch. This time slightly closer, slightly louder, echoing through the temple.
Okay. I cast haste on Rogar. My last haste is on Rogar. He gets an extra move. Run!
Alright.
Run, Rogar! It's the fastest dwarf on Galarian.
You do have your cheetah elixir, so
Yeah.
I do. 35 speed dwarf. You've never seen it. No one has.
Up the stairs.
At the end of this round, you make it up the stairs. You then again hear another crunch coming ever closer from up above.
run.
Just a flying turret, like so Torfin can use his actions to cast all the spells
Yeah.
while Armina carries him.
It's very difficult to cast spells when you're like being bridal carried.
Jostled
Same.
around.
Yeah.
Casting runes in midair is hard when you're flying
Should
by.
have made a Bjorn.
Maybe.
Thorfinn adjusts his glasses. It's actually quite difficult to cast. Hold me steady! God! Oh.
Nimble isn't giving us much of a choice. Unnecessary barrel roll.
Yeah, whee! And that's when you exit. Just the explosion
Yeah,
behind you.
Okay.
You, the end of this round, effectively can make your way out the temple.
Yes.
As you see a group of panicked Cavo sort of looking around as they look at you like questioning what the fuck is happening.
Move!
The whole place is going up. Move!
Alright.
It's
As
safety.
they will in fact do that. And pretty much moments after you run out the temple, presumably running through the tunnels towards the vault and its teleportation.
Yeah.
Eventually, the crunch catches up with you. At least the sound of it. You, however, are just out of it. There's dust suddenly flooding the tunnels, and one last crunch, this time coming from slightly below. So you look behind you, where the structure of Gauntlet used to be, and large parts of the temple. There's now merely an enormous hole.
Huh.
The teleporter, the vault itself is fine. The teleportation circle, however, inactive. It has nothing to connect to. Looking around, there is even a slight bit of, perhaps even sunlight peeking in through the enormous collapsed hole that Gauntlet used to occupy. Even the fog fan seems to have lost some of its power. Perhaps it used to be infused by the same power that Nimbeloff brought to this world, but it certainly seems like the creature has no interest in having a temple in these parts. And that, I think, is where we will stop. As the next part will be you returning to Otari, to a group of tired townsfolk, driven into a panic by the noises they've heard, but then they too report of seeing some of the fog lift that has always drifted over from the fog fen. The day turning out to be pretty nice for this autumn day, and there's a feeling that perhaps they don't need to be afraid this night. And then you return, confirming their suspicions. You enter the town, surrounded by eyes who all want to ask you how it went, waiting desperately to hear the story of what is obviously heroics. Waiting obviously for the night that promised to be so dreadful, but instead it might be the first night they slept well in a long while. And this is where we'll stop.
Well,
We did it.
We did it.
we did it!
Oh, we
man, I
died.
haven't seen this road map.
Victory!
Oh, it's been a while.
Look at this classic.
We saved
Yeah.
Atari.
Star has been saved.
Nobody
Now
died.
it'll be named the
Absalom
City of
and
Rogar.
City of Rook.
Because he's very humble, so he will
Yeah.
he will humbly accept the renaming.
Rogar Kayleen.
Oh god.
Damn.
It'll be Brewtown.
Brewtown. I
Brewtown.
mean, that's not bad.
That's not a bad name.
Not a bad name.
We'll dam up the fog fens and fill them with yeast plantations.
Uh-huh.
I didn't want to ruin the moment, but I was thinking about those drow as we were leaving. It was like, could you imagine just how much you'd be shitting your pants if you were like guarding an area and then from inside, fucking Usain Bolt is sprinting towards you, being like, "Run! Get out of here!
Fuck out of here!
It's Someone
It was
flying with a
not
tree in their
there.
hands. Like,
Go! Very good.
And behind her comes the fastest dwarf
the
you've ever
fastest
seen in your
dwarf you've
life.
ever seen in your life.
And you're trying to like pick up speed. The lactic acid would be.
Oh. So healing spells before.
Oh man.
Huh.
Well, I guess now, I'm a tavern keeper again.
I guess so.
Do
what
we have
follows
money enough? Do you
is-
need to take a day job?
What follows is celebration worthy of heroes. Presumably not unlike the celebration that the Rose Guard had back in the day. Of course, not here. The town didn't exist yet, but perhaps back home. This one, however, far less saddened by the loss of a member. In fact, everyone survived, including a certain Red Pants man, perhaps, who wanted to show itself, but you were too quick, so he couldn't.
Seriously?
Yes.
He got destroyed.
Oh,
Got
Red
destroyed
Pants
before
man.
he could
Well-
even catch up.
He is quite resilient, so
Yeah.
perhaps we'll see him again at some point.
Oh, he's
He's
showing
even
up in the
jail.
Ruby Phoenix tournament. He's
Yeah.
entering a tournament to exact his revenge.
I wish to bring back Belcora and the
Oh,
Horrid Lighthouse.
fuck.
Oh,
God damn
damn it. Now we
it.
gotta be this.
How many times do we have to kill you before you give up?
Oh, but you can't kill me in the tournament.
Against the rules.
He wiggles
I'm
his
so many
worms at you.
worms and none of them can die or you get disqualified. Yeah.
Ugh.
Oh no, there's flies under your shoes. What are you gonna do but stand on them and kill them?
Oh man.
They're on my team. Yeah.
Ugh. I like that he got
Oh.
the snooty rich guy voice.
Mm,
Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah.
I mean, who
Oh,
else could afford these red pants?
so what's the plan, Chip?
What is the plan? That is a
We-
good question.
We did it.
We did it.
Yeah.
Let's for the moment not worry too much about the future.
Yeah.
Roga, of course, will have his tavern. It is not even a question. You don't need to spend a dime. Otari is a city of lumber, of building materials. It is full of citizens who desperately are looking for a way to pay you back. And a bit of manual labor to construct a building, like that is a trivial affair that they will do gladly.
Hmm.
So, Dancer was in the town of Otari to research a mystery.
Yes.
One that perhaps he has succeeded in. The way down to Eldaris, where more people might have answers to his past. The documents that were in the Gauntlet that perhaps explained even a bit about his former workplace, so to
Mhm.
speak, have been, well, perhaps some of them still survive in case he ever wants to go back there, or perhaps he can just let it drop.
Yeah, I think Dancer found out enough of what he set out to do. It turned out that his quest was, he found something greater. He found a way to actually become a hero, to transcend the darkness and the misery and the horror he came from, to actually, fight for a good cause, and be lauded as a hero, and actually felt like he was doing good. That he will walk around with a big smile on his face in Otari for a while at least, for sure. I don't think he will stick around indefinitely. I think a couple of months down the line or so, Dancer will leave. But he will certainly make sure to come back to visit his friends, whoever would stay in Otari. If anyone wants to travel with him, he will be happy, of course. But he realizes that most people in the group are not outsiders like he was. But he will travel, see the world. Maybe he will look into more of the shadow organization he came from. Maybe he will try to track them down or do some work against them. But as scarred as he is, he has transcended his dark past and become a better person for it.
Yeah.
And he will see the world.
He is certainly not the only one who has gained a heroic reputation. Amina is certainly seen in the same light that perhaps her ancestor Vol Rajani, the back then legendary swordsman, was talked about, perhaps even more fondly. Vol, of course, defeated Belcora the first time, but there was no... It was not when Otari was threatened. Her achievement was, quite frankly, talked about like a story. Amina lived the heroism. The people saw the threat hanging above them. And quite frankly, the legacy of Amina will definitely live on in Otari, as will the legacy of all of you, of course. If there was ever a worry about not being able to fill the enormous shoes that Amina's ancestors left for her, that worry does no longer need to exist. As for Thorfinn, a dream drew him to Otari. A mysterious one that even Rin could not help him solve. And yet, perhaps it is a mystery that does not need to be solved. The nightmares, if there were any, the mysterious dreams talking about destiny, death perhaps even, as Rin occasionally alluded to, they won't haunt him any longer. There's, of course, still the issue of maybe wanting to be a dwarf again, which might very well be a new adventure in and of itself. It is not a trivial affair. There's nothing that anyone in Otari can supply, and the thought of going to Absalom and being like, hey, we saved your city, by the way, chances are that Absalom will not really know what it escaped thanks to the four of you. And so there's the question of what comes next, both meta and in-game. There are some vague, unsolved things, perhaps. The fate of Red Pants Man is entirely meta, because he was supposed to appear in like round 2, but the fight was already over by them. So, he is out there somewhere, a very resilient fella, but he is by no means the same threat that Belcora was. He was always, as far as you are concerned, a henchman. He will disappear into the night and regret ever having had his evil plans.
That's right.
There's, of course, the mystery of how the hell did Belcora build Gauntlet? Mm-hmm. It is an enormous construction, not just Gauntlet, but the walls themselves. That must have needed an enormous workforce and years of construction. And perhaps it did take a while to construct, but you did see in the journal a mention to some other sorcerer, sorceress. There was no name or gender specified from the Far East, teaching Belcora how to construct something as malicious as Gauntlet. Teaching her, perhaps even having a hand in helping. If you were intending to perhaps pursue that lead, to see that the evil of Gauntlet cannot be repeated again, that could be a path that could be researched, but it would take you far, far into the east of Tianxia.
I have a question.
Yes.
A pressing mystery. I do have a little epilogue for Armina as well. But the first thing we want to do, or she wanted to do, is we never found Atari's soul again. He was dragged down into a lower level, and we never found him. So we want to see if there is a way to at least make sure that he is at rest, if nothing else, and not still just like trapped down there somewhere.
Sure. The people who are most likely able to answer that for Amina would be the people of the Dawnflower Library.
Mm-hmm.
There will perhaps be an evening where Amina is invited. Maybe even the next evening where Amina is invited, strangely enough, to the cemetery. Sort of phrased as an answer to her question. is looking towards the ruins of where Gauntlet used to be, the enormous hole, barely visible to even someone with as little magical potential as Amina, perhaps helped by the priest of the Dawnflower. You can see, souls moving to a different place might be an exaggeration, but it's certainly explained that the various flickering lights you see are no longer wisps. They have gone, but rather the trapped, miserable souls that might have been in Gauntlet escaping to the next place.
Oh, that's good.
If Otario's trapped down there, it's nothing to worry about anymore.
She's not a religious person, doesn't really have like a prayer to say, but she will just kind of look off to the stars and like almost wave at them, wishing them well on whatever peace they're able to give that Gauntlet took from them. Yeah, I think this is going to be the weirdest pull ever, but there's a movie, I've never even seen it, I've just seen this one clip where it's like The Rock playing himself, and he's being asked like, how'd you get so big? And the answer is like, yeah, I worked out 6 hours a day every day. That's how I did it. And I think Armida has a similar thing with this like hero worship being compared to the Rose Guard. It's like, no, I'm not smart like Torfin. I don't have a connection like Rogar. I'm not as cunning as Dancer. I just put in the work. I trained it almost every day, and I trusted in people who were smarter than me. And I got good at wielding a sword. That's really anybody could do it. That same energy of like, yeah. She's a little bit uncomfortable with that, but she also, I think, Otari, she very much considers the offer to travel, but Otari is her home, and there are some things that still need to be done, and if that attention is there, then she's at least going to wield it properly. She is going to try and use whatever influence she has to do an investigation into Captain Longsaddle, because she fully does not believe that the request to Absalom was ever sent. There's no way that a group of high-level adventurers couldn't have got here by now. There is some corruption, and the system has to be fixed. So
it'll be a Senate hearing.
yeah, exactly. Gonna go to Absalom to their Adventurers Guild to see if any reports were filed, and work with the mayor, just there's a lot of work that needs to be done on the home front. She's got to guide all of these priests who are planning on blessing the land where Otari was. We're like, okay, you got to watch out for this room. There was ruins. We found a trap here, but we never actually set it off. So be super careful. This floor is unstable. Oh yeah. So she is tour guide through all the floor. There's a lot of work that needs to be done here, and someone's got to do it. So
do you think that she would have a group of apprentices? Because I can certainly see a lot of young people, in the town, I think probably really start taking after her, training with swords and whatnot.
I imagine there is, and she would probably seek guidance maybe from someone who already does teach swordplay, as to how to do it responsibly. But I think that very much leans into that same mantra. I'm not actually that special. I just put in the work. I work out every day for 5 hours plus 6, 7, 8, whatever. It's all about the squats. And so, it's a tough regimen, but if the next generation wants to take up the sword, then yes, she will.
If you want to be able to rush a devil from hell and knock him over with a tackle, you need to do those squats.
Yeah, there's also basic terminology. It's listen to your wizards, okay? They are, I don't know what they're talking about, but here's some key words you need to understand. Meet them in the middle when you ask them to dumb it down. And listen.
How to communicate with your wizards 101.
So
Yeah,
Thorfinn
exactly.
supplies like a cheat sheet, 10 easy steps to listen to your wizard.
Yeah.
Sort of.
She provides like a elective for rogues. And it's not like she's teaching them, but it's like practice for your flanking partner.
Yes, exactly. How to flank properly.
You gotta always have that peripheral vision, eye contact to know I go left, you go right. So yeah, that's the regimen there. And always be modest and humble and grateful to your healers because you need them.
You go to Roga's bar and tell him a story of what his friends have been up to out in the world. You get to drink for free.
There you go.
Aw. There you go.
Make sure you tip your
Get a
waiter.
story of Dancer. You get
Well, there would definitely be stories. He would come back every now and then, but maybe less and less as the years go by. Dancer lives for a long time, right? But he would definitely come back. I mean, he considers Thorfinn and Roger as his first and best friends. They together we did something incredible, something no one else could have done. We saved Otari. We probably saved Absalom. Who knows how many souls we have rescued from oblivion? And we did a good thing.
Indeed, you have. All right. Now, from a more meta perspective, what did you think about the campaign?
I enjoyed the campaign. It leaned heavily into the from beginning to end. It very much felt how should I say? It didn't really deviate from the theme that it set up, which I think is nice. It's very consistent and spooky. It certainly did feel like a lot of the encounters were lopsided towards one big encounter. But from the lore and all the abominations and creatures, I thought it was very interesting. I enjoyed it a lot.
I was hesitant in the beginning because a mega dungeon is a tricky thing to pull off. What I think the strength of the Abomination Vault is in that regard is it has a very clear theme. Nimbaloth is a cool, very eerie presence, something that we encountered really quickly in that chapel. That was a stark alarm clock, at least for me. It was like, oh crap, this is bad. And then when we found a weird flesh laboratory out on a little island, the weird soul gems and whatnot. There was some really cool horror themes that I quite enjoy. I do like the cosmic horror, so those aspects were nice. But I think with Abomination Vaults, it's smart in the way that the levels are all in a fairly consistent theme. They also make sense from a mega dungeon perspective. This is the library where she keeps all of her research and stuff. You're like, all right, that makes sense. That would be. It also the more compact size makes it able to more focus on it without getting stale. I was very rarely bored, and that is a tall order for a mega dungeon to pull off. So I really like it.
I also mentioned earlier that there was a bunch of artwork I forgot. I didn't realize existed, so I never showed it.
Oh yeah, toss it up.
This corridor. I don't know.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, I think I showed you all of it.
What were you going to say, Menekai?
Yeah, you can scan through that if you like. It's not like they're spoilers anymore. Yeah, Medikai, what did you think?
I like that there was the major quest, like go down there and beat up Belcor, right? Do something bad to Belcor. Pretty much what we're here to do. I think it helped that there were a lot of like minor goals, you could call them. Like, oh yeah, we gotta follow the weird glowy lights to find Otari's soul. We gotta figure out what's up with this pants guy and the girl. We gotta
Oh yeah.
figure out where the tunnel that collapsed the tavern went to. There's the druid wolf guy who we had to deal with. There's an intelligent ghoul guy in there that we didn't really interact with much at all. But like, there were all these like reasons to go down and come back up having accomplished something, rather than just like we cleared 4 more rooms.
Yeah.
Which I think helps tie it together. You got to have some part goals that you can do while working on the major one, and it did, which I like. I would say some of the fights as a cleric I was never useful. Maybe I just dipped too heavily into.
I have some thoughts about the encounter design,
but it's like, well, I guess this undead has an aura of true clerics, so I'll sit this one out. Or, yeah, wisps are immune to magic, but that's what I do. So I guess I'm on healer duty, right?
Yeah.
Which doesn't leave the early combat so much to do, because the early battle is like people are not really hurt. So, what do I do then? Like, I took a lot of feats to make heal work against undead and demons and devils and unholy things, but I didn't really get to use it that much in the end. Of course, aberrations are not necessarily unholy, but that's always the risk with being cleric, right? In undead fights, you generally shine, and then in not undead fights, you don't. I just didn't really feel like I shone much in the undead ones either, which is character dependent. I healed really well, though.
Yes.
God, yeah.
Quite well. This art is amazing.
Yeah, I'm just scanning through it.
It's really good. I regret not having noticed the handles earlier.
Yeah, I think the campaign does a great job of setting out like to do what it sets out to do. I struggled at times a little bit, but it was nothing to do with like, you running it as a DM or anything. It was just like Mega Dungeon is just not super my thing, but I wanted to try it. And so there were times where it's like, okay, we're still slugging through this. And I say that despite agreeing with everything you said about like having minor goals was great. There were senses of accomplishment. So it's like, even with that, you really got to be kind of like into doing a mega dungeon for this campaign to work. But if you are, it does a stellar job of it. Certainly the first time that I've like fully completed a mega dungeon without it like fizzling out.
Yep.
I really liked that there were plot elements that sometimes took us out of the dungeon. I wish there were a little bit more, but like doing stuff where we were interacting with the druids who knew something about the wolf guy who was on like floor 3 or something like that. And the whole like 2 sessions where we were in the town trying to figure out what was wrong with the mayor's daughter and interacting with the town. It was like, okay, Gauntlet is not the only thing going on here. It would have like maybe been kind of interesting if there was something, maybe like one of the artifacts like had been in Otari a long time ago, but either it was moved or maybe even stolen, and so you have to like do a little bit of traveling to like just change it up a little bit. But that's a personal preference thing. Like I think it did an excellent job of everything it set out to do. And like probably the only encounter that I had, like just from my experience, was maybe a little bit underwhelming was the last one. Like Belcora kicked our ass the first couple of times, and yeah, we leveled up, but I found it a bit strange that it was like, okay, now that you've got these MacGuffins, like bonk her 3 times and she is fully dead. That it was maybe a little much. I think like it probably could have done with like bonk her 3 times and she gets seriously debuffed from this stat block that absolutely annihilates you otherwise. Like maybe could have, like I think the final fight could have been a bit more exciting, but I think that is definitely like on the book and not on anything to do with anybody here. And I still had fun. It is fun to show up to the big bad, say some snarky lines and smack him into oblivion pretty much right away. But it was a little bit strange.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you that the last fight didn't really hit the mark I hoped it would. I've already changed it from what's written in the book, at least somewhat. But it does seem strange that it seems like, oh, you basically have to hit her 3 times with what is effectively a 50-50 with the, well, better than a 50-50 with just what the lenses have. So unless you somehow skipped the vault entirely and used each lens separately and also didn't have flying or like enough speed, it might have been difficult, but it's like any prepared group will just basically do that.
We've talked about Laser Scorpion before. And the problem there was you do it or you absolutely get annihilated, right? Here it's you do it and you win, or you don't and you have a tough fight on you, right? So even if we had like not fought the dragon or whatever and gone here, we couldn't do the special lens thing. But we could still fight Belcor. I'd probably like put it down for a good long time.
Yes.
So that wouldn't be like an impossible situation. Which like Dancer wouldn't have to eat Rogar or something. And that wouldn't just end the campaign like, oh, you didn't do the thing, so you lose.
There was certainly a lot of prep work and discovery that went behind the scenes to the fight that ultimately made it feel a little bit trivialized. Because like if we had missed all that stuff, then it certainly would be a lot harder.
It's Sauron and the ring, right? You throw it into Mount Doom, boom, he's...
Yeah, exactly. I view it as that. I view it as throwing the ring into Mount Doom. That's what we did. We made the journey, and we are experienced. Like we're no slouches with these games in general. Like we know the value of preparing. We know the value of picking spells. I mean, we're not the best at it or anything, but we are skilled enough to be dangerous. So when you go in fully prepared and also pulling on the first time we met Belcora, it was a fucking disaster, wrecked us so bad that I have a sneaking suspicion she was like, she's gonna leave. she has something to do. She's going away.
You're not worth it.
I can talk about what the book says about it.
Yes.
Sure.
Basically, the first time she was really only supposed to tease you and then leave. And I was like, no, I'm going to shoot at least a spell at them. So the book was actually more hesitant to let me use it properly. And the second time she was also like only supposed to like minorly inconvenience you. And she was also never supposed to engage you while you were already fighting something else, which I also disregarded because she showed up during the Goliath spider.
You sure did.
That's right.
Yeah. It also always took us out.
I do love that sheep reading this and being like, nah, these motherfuckers need a warning shot or they're not going to listen.
I did think of it when we learned like her lore death was just meeting the Rose Guard up there and losing. It sort of is a good way to set her up to not do that again, right? Yeah. Like we're here as we enter the tower. She's not going to be in the first room because last time she did that. It went really bad. Yeah. She's going to hide the bottom basement. Let us be withered down.
Lore reason for the boss to wait in the boss room.
Yeah. Just she actually takes she's a ghost, right? Which means I don't know exactly how essentially, but I imagine there's some sort of like lingering something or other, right? Like you died in some way. You probably want to avoid doing that again.
So I have a question, Sheep. Since we're talking about GM info from the campaign.
Yeah. Everything's on the table.
What would have happened if we failed? What's the fail text of the campaign?
If the players don't do it.
Well, that's sad because rules is written there isn't one.
Oh no!
Oh.
Yes, I was annoyed by that. It's like you can take all the time you want. She will never do anything of note. Like she cannot succeed.
Oh.
In my version, however, had you taken another day, had that new moon come, I would have assaulted Otari with the kitchen sink.
Nice.
I was looking forward to you disregarding the Black Dragon completely because he wasn't important, so I could use him in that fight.
No.
But you were,
No.
you were both too
He had the
successful
leg.
and did kill him.
Yes. No.
But I would have attempted to torch the town and probably half succeed before you stopped me.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, I had a seeking suspicion that countdown was homebrew, but I loved it. It was great.
That's
Having
kind
a-
of that's kind of weird though, because that's interesting because I haven't read too many of Paizo campaigns in second edition, but Age of Ashes certainly has a very lengthy several fail states. Things that can go wrong.
Yeah. I know several other ones that do as well. That are like, if this happens, then your Paizo Pathfinder world gets affected in these ways. Now you've got to make it a campaign about fixing it.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Yeah, okay. I'm not entirely being truthful here because effectively, Gauntlet is a magic item that Belcora can use.
Yeah.
The thing it does is effectively on a 30-day cooldown. And I could have effectively had her use Gauntlet to do that again. Except at that point that came up, you already cleared out everything relevant that she could have used.
Yeah.
So the only thing she could have done was raise some skeletons in the graveyard again.
Yeah.
Which would have been less threatening than last time. So either I just, quantum ogre some more abominations into the vault for her to teleport to Otari, which seemed disingenuous. Or I find some other reason why it's suddenly stronger, but I really couldn't. So I said, okay, on the new moon, I have like a story reason why it will be stronger because, Desna's influence wanes, those sort of thing. And then I would have... I would have moon lasered Otari. I had plans for that.
I had this idea that if we had died fighting her, like you'd cut to the town, right? The heroes return, but they're all slouched and weird, and then the victory parade, they just like throw off the helmet, and it's like a blaring zombie face as we butcher the town, being Belcora's emissaries of destruction.
Yeah, of course, a TPK against her would have been very different. I'm just saying, like, what's the failure state if you just, I don't know, left, I guess.
But the idea of she built this dungeon so that heroes would gain experience and treasure and power up going to fight her so that they could become undead.
Yeah.
Like
she can
capable
charge
undead
the ghost
creatures.
laser with
Right?
them. Yeah.
The dungeon was training us
It's
to
all a
become
giant
her
conspiracy.
soldiers.
That's like she helped establish the fact that this was an adventurer town to draw those people in to go to the dungeon.
How do you destroy Absalom?
Yeah, thematically it was...
Not with many, but few.
I mean, it was both interesting and a bit strange because Gauntlet and the Abomination Vaults are basically in a state of complete disrepair, borderline abandonment, because, I mean, Belcora is dead and she's a ghost that only recently returned to set things straight again. But, like, every level is just a bunch of previous inhabitants just basically doing the worst job possible.
Yes. What,
like, just being absolutely useless everywhere.
What is there an explanation as to why Belcora returns when she does? Because she's been dead for hundreds of years and gone, right? And then suddenly she materializes again.
Well, that guy went into the tower, right?
That's true.
And like
maybe
something like the brother.
He was kidnapped.
No, he was kidnapped by Red Pants Man.
Kidnapped by Red Pants Man to power the.
He probably did it because he walked through town.
Yeah.
And talked to the mayor's daughter, and then did bad stuff, and then the tower awakened, right?
She arose on the 500-year anniversary of her
Ah.
family's exile.
Ah,
Yeah.
there you go.
But just for being so mad.
Yep.
She was very mad.
Yeah. Let's share some favorite moments from the campaign.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Yeah. yeah.
I died.
That was
a good
certainly a moment.
That was your favorite?
That's the lesson for me for the future, I guess.
Memorable.
It was very
I
powerful.
DM for you, I'll remember it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a lot of favorite moments.
That was the moment where you rolled exactly in order 20, 20, 1, 1, and then died.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Makes it up
The
sometimes.
Valky effect.
I like the time that Torfin hit with a bow.
Yeah, that happened.
Time
That was a good time. The damage he did was great.
That was pretty good.
That's what I was waiting for.
Yeah, I
Make
was
it
one
bleed
shot.
faster.
I was one shot
Yeah.
someone. That was nice. And then
That's good. That's good.
5 sessions later.
Pretty good.
Oh,
I
so sad.
there's a lot of good ones, for sure. I do like the mystery of Red Pants Man and tracking him down and rescuing the brother from Gauntlet. That felt good. Similarly to how we the mystery of the mayor's daughter and her nightmares and stuff, and then we sort of, that felt like an organic discovery to me, and I really like that part. We were like, something weird going on with the mayor, and then we started looking.
We should go
it.
there.
Yeah, we should go.
Yeah,
take
oh,
a
that's right,
look.
because we were suspicious of him at first, and
exactly.
then
And we look
investigating. We're
around
like,
and-
oh no,
and-
he's a victim.
Yeah, and then we realized his daughter, and then we realized like her window is like looking towards Gauntlet where you can see the light. You're like,
Yeah.
They hammered it up.
Yeah, I think that arc was probably one of my favorite bits of the campaign.
I would agree.
And
Just 'cause it was-
and we find the dude in the basement.
So surprising.
And we're like,
Yeah.
you are gonna get it.
I think running into Red Pants Man the first time after we killed him, like we had our big boss fight with him, right? Like we'd seen him a few times. We had our big boss fight, and then it was like while we were just descending, like while we were making our way back to like the devil floor or something like that, he was just like exploring the halls of one of the floors that we had killed, looking for something or whatever, just to like bump into him in the hallway. It was just like, what? Ah,
both of us are like, ugh! You.
you, a pot. Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, the boss fight against him was pretty good. Just Rogar
All the
desperately
fireballs.
throwing every fireball.
It's not necessarily a moment that was captured on screen, but it always gave me a chuckle when I would look through our stash and see destroyed, repaired, destroyed portrait. I don't even remember why it says that.
You stomped on it, and then you realized it was important, and then you fix it again,
Oh,
and then
that's
you
right.
use
Yeah,
it,
to
and then he
piss
broke
him
it.
off.
I spent several days putting it back together in the tavern.
Yeah, all right. No, you're right. Yeah. No, I remember now because that was like we suspected that he was Red Pants Man, but we didn't know it. And I don't know, like he had somehow like I can't remember, but like he cornered Dancer or something, and it was like. Or somebody was like, okay, I don't think that just running up to him and hitting him with a sword is going to do the job here. But like, that's his portrait over there. Just boot right through it.
That was a ghost. He was enamored with a ghost secretary or something.
That's right. Or she was enamored with him.
Yeah. He was too cool and edgy to be enamored by anyone.
Yeah, that's right.
One of the casters that fought us in like a tiny closed off room with the back against the wall.
Yeah.
Like,
that guy who was
there.
trapped in like a 10x10 room.
Oh, the Naga.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was funny.
It happened a couple of times. That they're like, oh, this skeleton mage. Well, I mean, shame to be him, I guess.
The Torfin death was certainly powerful. It's such a such an archetypical fucking thing, isn't it? It's like, oh, there's one room left. I'll just have a look, and then we go back to town. And I'm like, oh fuck, oh shit.
Yeah,
it's
and
the
it
boss.
was I forget his name. Can't remember, but yeah, that fight felt like it could have been a TPK. We
Yeah.
really had to,
Yeah.
because I kept getting dominated too.
Yeah.
So as you guys were like trying to escape with his
Using
body
the
and-
corners to get out of sight, you could only see enemies.
yeah,
Jafaki, his name was.
Jafaki.
Yeah, the weird.
I think I was getting him mixed up with someone in
Do you have
Starfinder.
Do you have a picture of him, like these weird little
Yes.
worms with like a wand tail or whatever it was? It's
Like a
so
beak.
incredibly weird.
Oh, there he is.
I
Oh yeah,
Jafaki.
this guy.
There he is.
on
Look at
that
guy.
level, yeah.
Look at this
On-
guy.
On that level, I remember
Totally.
like a sword he has.
Yeah, he has a
Yeah.
little
But on that
rapier.
level, I remember the invisible wall with like the Otyuk was in there, I think. Like wobbling around, and we sort of walked around looking at it. Knew we had to get in there to get the treasure in the pond.
The treasure in the pond.
Like the
The invisible walls.
it was like a Hydra or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I did like
we
the
talked a lot about
like,
how to
wall
deal
of,
with it.
the wall
Yeah.
of force walls in there, and it really did give the impression that like this at one point was like a massive monster coliseum that
Mm-hmm.
people would
Yeah.
come and watch matches in. It was cool. Like aesthetically, that was probably my favorite floor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, mine too. I think the theme of it was very strong.
Yeah.
I like
Oh
the
god, that flying devil fight was.
yeah. Flying Devil fight was a bitch.
It was
I-
brutal.
I like the Underdark metal band. That was fun.
Yeah. That was a fun. Anytime
Yeah,
that the
it comes
campaign
together.
found to like
Shadow
change it up a
Malice.
little bit, do something different.
Shadow Malice, yeah.
Yes.
There they are.
Great.
Amazing.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah. Poor guys, though. We showed them up, and we're not even real musicians.
Yeah.
I know.
I mean, look at their instruments for a second and notice
Yeah.
that all their lutes are broken. They are not really musicians either. They just make noise.
They love what they do.
They are very metal.
Yeah, they're very metal.
Yeah.
You don't need to be melodious. You just need to be loud and have spirit.
Why they're
right.
all into screamo, so they don't have to rely on the instrument. Yeah.
like the rat folk Yusoki with like a fireball or whatever he's casting.
Yeah.
I'll burn all
Just-
of you.
Pyrotechnics.
Yeah. Very important.
I think she literally has like pyrotechnic ability. It's where is she?
Amazing.
Mm.
The perfect roadie.
Yeah.
What were some of your favorite moments, Chip?
I think my favorite moment was also part of the Doriana storyline, the mayor's daughter,
Yeah.
where Manakai was like, "I have the spell, claim curse."
Yes.
I was like,
That was
"Oh,
Yes.
okay, that's a cool way to use this here."
Yeah.
I really like that.
Very heroic.
I
Yeah.
don't have remove curse. That's too high level, but I can take it upon myself.
Yeah. That was very heroic.
I think story-wise, that was one of my favorites. I've got many favorite moments actually. Like that's probably recency bias, but I also like the fight against Radrex, the Black Dragon, a lot. Simply because I was looking at that fight because I severely changed that encounter because it was stupid as written.
Okay.
I was like, oh, I hope I didn't go overboard here because I really buffed it up. I made like the environment be really impactful. Like if you had just wandered in there without preparation, I think you would have gotten totally smashed. But you were so prepared that all the like environmental hazards you compensated for. Torfin in the back had the perfect spell for being assaulted in the back line, which you knew was going to happen because you
Yeah.
did research. Like.
Yeah.
In terms of pure encounter, that was definitely among my favorites.
I enjoyed that one. That was like the perfect like mage Uno reverse card.
You thought I was squishy, but
Yeah. I'm not
I
locked
still
in
am.
we're
with
gonna
you.
be a dragon doing the ambushing. Guess what?
You're
You're
locked
getting
in here
ambushed
with
by a
me.
dragon.
Yeah, that encounter as written is just the dragon. Like, you just sort of walk up and then he's there.
Sitting there.
It's yeah, and especially he isn't even like introduced at any point as written. Like I introduced him by both like attacking your boat at some point because I was like, okay. He wants to suck up to Valcora, so if she tells him to do something and pays him, he's gonna do it. And I figured like smashing your boat because you keep being annoying seems reasonable. And then he showed up as the bodyguard of
Red Pants or
Red Pants Man or Azrene, which I found suitable. But in the book, you sort of just wander in there, and then suddenly there's a dragon.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really liked the early introduction of that dragon.
Dragons...
Like, built it up knowing that he was there. Every time we saw a body of water, we were like,
They need to be introduced. Dragons are too cool to just sit in a room. It's like vampires.
Especially as the bodyguard one, right? It was like, at that time, he really was like too much for us. Maybe we could have taken him and Volok Azrene. Like, nah. So it really made it an interesting like negotiation.
An interesting reversal as well, right? You know, at first when you bullied us around, we were weak, but now, you know, we are back.
Absolutely.
To end your evil.
We're back.
We're back.
I just let it because, like, the role play opportunities were like, I think, the weakest part of the campaign, but it's not what it's advertised to be. And
it's a mega
all of my favorite moments were sheep inserts.
That does make me happy. The Doriana like storyline is mostly as written. I introduced it a lot more subtly by having you investigate basically, and you could have missed it, and you know that could have happened. I think in the book you're basically approached by the mayor and pretty much told exactly what's going on, which is a bit. I mean, it's written well, but I try to make it a bit better. Otherwise, the campaign I don't think really tries very hard to introduce a lot of roleplay, which makes sense. It is a mega dungeon; it's mostly combat. For example, we started the campaign with you basically being hired by Brelder to find her brother Lester, which originally is just a side quest that you may or may not find out about, and the actual start of the campaign is just you are in front of Gauntlet and you have decided that you want to investigate, so go. That's the introduction. Like the first minute is you walking towards Gauntlet.
A very AD&D approach to role playing, certainly.
Pretty weak.
Yeah, that's the mayor's daughter storyline. That felt like we did good. We did a good thing. You know, we saved a child. We're very heroic. It was cool little mystery surrounding it. I also actually like how we worked to prove ourselves to the town, and in the end we were entrusted by the town's relics. You know, we got the corporate blade. We got these original Rose Guard relics to use
I do feel like
in the fight.
Chased that a little bit by complete coincidence. Just kind of because I always like to try to weave my characters into the information that we've been given. So I was like, I'll be related to one of these NPCs in the player's guide. I was like, I think I'm playing a fighter. There's a blacksmith over here. Sure, I'm related to that guy. I hadn't even fully read all the lore about the Rose Guard.
Cheap nods. Yes.
Oh, descendant of the Rose Guard with the sword. So like, you know,
it was
where
a good
you
moment
presumably are supposed to be like, oh, please, like we are the like spiritual successors to the Rose Guard. We're putting in the work or whatever. Instead, I was like, hey, that's my sword.
But it was, I think it was a fairly beautiful or like a good, like Armina had worked hard. You know, she was really a hero to be there. Like she did embody that original heroic Rajana spirit, something that her conniving, cowardly brother had
Absolutely did not.
miserably
Yeah.
failed to live up to, you know?
I did
Yeah.
like the conniving brother. He's one of those like love to hate him, you know?
Yeah.
Just
Yes.
the worst guy. He just did like whenever we met him or he was just the worst.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
And it was
He
also
just
fun
played
to
him
be
like a real asshole.
I mean, could you talk to your brother because he's, you know, and she's like, I know.
love
We have to
love
pay
that he didn't get
the
a redemption
you
arc
know.
or anything like that, but that's just who he was.
Yeah.
Because that's such a
He's
real
just a
thing that you almost never see
Yeah.
of like, fuck, if you were anybody but like,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
He's just a huge asshole. I actually played him like that for a very intentional reason. Like as written, of course, nobody's related to him, and as written, he is the last of the Rajani line.
Johnny line. Yeah.
Which is important because the devil what's his face really wants his soul. And so, because I knew, okay, Amina was going to be related to him, which of course suggests that the decision on how to deal with the devil was predetermined.
Oh, yeah.
I will try to make him just like an enormous asshole and see if that changes anything.
Yeah. If Armina had not been, the answer could have been like, maybe we just, you know.
Yeah.
I think that even that was a great sort of attempt at compensating there, and even if it wasn't somebody was related, that's a great idea. It makes it more tempting to give him up if it's like, oh, you want the soul of this like complete asshole here? It's not a heroic thing to do, but I wouldn't miss him. So
yeah, as written though, I mean, as written, he's still an asshole. As written, he actually steals the cooperative blade from the Dawnflower library, basically the day before you realize you need it.
Oh, good.
And then you have to like chase him down into a random cave somewhere. It's very short. Like it almost feels like a hook that they didn't bother expanding.
Oh.
And then you corner him in the cave. He stole the sword because he had like a debt or something.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you basically
didn't steal the
capture
family lineage sword because, like, you know, thought it was.
But it's also in his character, right? He's a drunk with gambling debts. You know, of course he would pawn that off. Fucking idiot.
Yeah. Oh fuck.
I actually also like, you know, for how frustrating the devil floor was. It was a fairly good example of us working very methodically to sort of dismantle a floor. Because a lot of the floors, we just sort of arrived and then kicked down the door and started murdering our way through. This one, we were like, okay, no, we're up against actually a smart adversary here. We need to, you know, almost solve this as a puzzle.
That just reminded me of one of my favorite moments, the stupid plan we had where I think Torfin made the illusion like a repeating NPC animation of Armina smashing him. Like, give me just another minute. Almost done. Wang, bang. Oh, I think I need a rest. It's looping while we go to the other door.
There was like an NPC loop. You see the background like Assassin's Creed or something. You know?
Yeah, it is very creature. Yeah.
But they were positioned there.
Yeah.
I like the devil level a lot as well because it was together with the laboratory up above, sort of connected. Like the devil, Uravian, and Jafaki were like. They were like the worst co-workers. They hated each other's guts. They were basically in a cold war, and I found that very interesting. So there was the opportunity of basically making a deal with either of them to make the other level a lot easier. There was a world where you made a deal with either of them, and they didn't really give a shit about Belcora because they are just all of the NPCs in here supposed to be working for Belcora are all basically the worst.
Sure.
Like, they have no work ethic.
She has been dead for a long time, to be fair.
Yeah. Like they're like the last remnants of what used to be a pretty tight operation. But I liked it a lot. It was also, in my opinion, the only level that gave me a convenient and lore accurate way to repopulate a level to actually make it seem like you can't just do one room, take a long rest, do one room, take a long rest, because there was a summoning circle. And I mean, devils, you just hire more of them basically.
Yeah.
So I enjoyed that a lot, and I did make use of that. The other devils are like sort of, okay, there's ghouls in the library. There's a finite number of ghouls. Like, they can't repopulate. There's not going to be like ghoul hermits suddenly moving in to replenish numbers.
I did like I did like what you did with the dungeon every now and then. Like things have moved around, or like you notice that all right, things have happened here while we were gone. That's always a nice touch. I like the was it like a Dwergar monk that tried to like ambush us? It's like it was hanging out at the foot of a stair, and all of us are like, huh. What are you doing here?
This guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
Everyone is like super suspicious, and then he does the most obvious ambush ever.
Yeah, he was just a huge asshole as well. Like, he specifically came so he could get like augmented by Jafaki, which is just awful.
Yeah.
But he wanted to be strong. Like what are they called?
Morlocks.
The Morlocks, these guys.
Yeah.
Like up close, that is amazing art.
Yeah, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah. I did like those.
A good campaign.
As you went further down, I think the theming of the levels got a bit stronger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they also seem to flow like more neatly between one another as it went down.
I do like that first, like when we go down the first time into that laboratory out on Little Island and discover all of this like flesh crafting, occult science stuff. That like hideous flesh worm on the table. When you realize like, oh, this was just not a lighthouse where a kooky witch hung out. This is actually quite nasty. Oh, actually, question: that blood in the lighthouse tower that I think we were deathly afraid of the entire campaign and never touched.
Yes.
What was that?
That was a hazard that is only active at night.
Oh.
It was an echo of Valcora. She died in that exact spot.
Oh.
It was a nasty hazard. It was like a level 3 hazard while you were level 1.
Yeah.
But you needed to be in the most spookiest place, like at night, which you smartly never were. So
wisely.
Yeah. It would also, I think, eventually like turn into like a blood mist creature, and then you'd have to chase it to properly like get rid of it. But again, like nobody in their right mind would be in that place at night, so it never resolved to be anything.
At the time, I unfortunately have to go. Maybe I can talk more about campaign later.
I mean, sure, we can just do it in text.
Absolutely. Thanks for the campaign sheet. Super
Yeah,
I'm
thanks, Chip.
glad you enjoyed it.
Great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks for all your hard work.
I'm happy we finished the campaign. It's not something you do a lot.
Oh.
Our group is very good at actually
completing
campaigns, which is incredible.
We are.
Yes.
It's a reason when you ask, or like Manikai asks, I'm like, yes. Because I know if the campaign doesn't finish, it's probably because I quit,
I have the power.
Yeah.
All in my control.
But like it's good
before you get to it, I actually do have to go, so I'm gonna go now. But
see you, Loki.
Bye, Valky.
But yeah, the ability or the fortune our group has of having steady GMs is very good. It makes it because if you don't have that and you get presented with it's going to be a epic campaign of level 1 to 500, and then you know sink so much time and effort into it, and then it stops
Fizzles
at level
after, like,
5.
6
You're like,
sessions,
God
yeah.
damn it.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate that. I appreciate all the hard work you put down, Sheep. I know even with the module being bought and everything, there's a lot of work going into this. So I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the module did make it a lot easier overall, and I do think it is very high quality. I would absolutely buy more of these kinds of modules in the future, especially since, hooray, adults having disposable income for hobbies.
Yeah.
Yes.
Um,
A vast
just saves you
difference
so
from
much time.
15 years ago when we started this shit.
oh yeah. I do have some criticisms, of course, but they're overall very minor, like switched around descriptions, and not everything is automated, and sometimes it's a bit weird in places. But overall, like 9 out of 10 for sure for the module.
I mean,
Seemed to fall
I
apart a little
remember
bit
we
at
have
the
talked
end,
about
but-
this so many times, right? Back in Way of the Wicked days, where we had people contacting me or Manica, be like, "Can I buy your map tool files? Can I buy a copy of that? So because you have done the work, so I don't have to." You know?
I just send it to them.
Yeah.
But the work's already done. What I need? Anything else for?
Manica is a generous god.
Yeah.
Very kind of you.
But yeah, good campaign. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, but perhaps on the topic of my criticisms, though, because I'm happy to finally be able to talk about it. I mean, I have alluded to it before, but some of the encounter design was just baffling, bafflingly silly.
Yeah.
To the point where I think my main criticism is that overall the fights were way too easy. The last fight included, but I mean that was like the capstone.
Yeah.
You had the MacGuffins and used the MacGuffins.
Yeah.
I'm not too worried about that, but there were so many fights where it's like, okay, the highest level creature in this fight is a spellcaster with spells that can do mean things, such as sometimes stun you and take off one of your actions of one of the 4 enemies you're facing.
Yeah.
So, like, I feel like the game really tried to force this big, mean spellcaster theme in a lot of places, and then just gave me no tools to actually threaten you with. You could have just stood there and have the spellcasters use all their spell slots, and nothing bad would have happened, because all they have is, like, minor debuffs, but no lackeys to really exploit that. Like, of course, spellcasters aren't as terrifying as they were in other editions. They mostly have debuffs and AoE. But, like, you can still design an encounter where you have at least, like, useful lackeys in decent positions. But no, you have a 2x2, a 3x3 room where the 2x2 Naga spellcaster just gets cornered immediately.
Yes.
And has a spell that will target you, but it has the incapacitate trait. Yeah. And she has prepared it at a low enough level that it's useless.
Yeah.
And she only has one effectively useful spell.
Being a fighter feel very strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There were a lot of fights that were, I feel like, almost trivialized by just having attack opportunity.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was so powerful, really specifically here.
Design choice for Pathfinder 2 to make that like the fighter's thing.
Yes.
It made fights feel more dynamic because people got to move around. There was a lot of flow to positioning rather than getting locked down. And then the fighter actually felt like, you got a super cool thing that you can do because I can take that parting blow. That being said, I will never play a fighter game.
No?
I got so bored of constant. I normally play spellcasters, and
sure.
I was a little hesitant because it was a new system, and I was like, I should mix it up, and like this is a good way to introduce or to baby toes the system, like learn the action economy and whatnot by swinging a sword around, and I think that was absolutely the right choice at the time, but like a year and a half later and a couple of Pathfinder campaigns now, I'm like, I'm so bored of just move, swing. I'm like, I'm starting to check out, and it's nobody's fault but my own for picking a class that just doesn't engage me like as much as I like having utility and controls stuff, and I'm just there on other people's turns thinking of shenanigans. and there's not much opportunity to do that. So I kept looking for them, and I don't think that like when I cannot at least off the top of my head think of a ruling that was made where I was like, okay, I disagree with this, but whatever. They all seemed fair, but it was definitely I was like yanking at the chain, which caused the need for that kind of thing, because I was just wanting a little bit more options. But there were opportunities, like kicking the dude against the spike, like when we had those rogues with dead man switches, like tossing one of them in the cauldrons.
That was
or
good.
blowing up his friend as well.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, there were opportunities to do it. But
Oh yeah,
I always welcome like thinking out of the box, but the issue is that Pathfinder 2nd Edition has fairly concise rules, which I very much appreciate.
yeah,
And a lot of suggestions are like, okay, rules as written, this will take like 17 actions, and you want to do it in one. So how far do I tend towards rule of cool, and how far do I respect the system?
it also
it's a tough call.
It
It's
is-
rarely
it is-
ever the same call.
it is a failing of the system, I think, in many parts. Second edition Pathfinder, if it has a flaw, I think it is the flaw of overly chopping up things. For example, rules as written, you are not able to influence more than one person that you're talking to. You need a feat for that. You need feat chain to like talk to
make a speak.
and be able to do diplomacy to more than one person. You need 1 to 2 to maybe 3 feats, and that is to me insane. You're like, what do you mean I can't talk to 5 people, and use diplomacy without a feat? You're like, what? Why?
I will also say, as much as I am like over the like 5e brain rot, it is tough to get used to like being able to break up your movement between turns and then have to go back from that.
That's true.
Like, can't like juke /juke back.
But that does make haste very useful, because that's what you use haste for, right?
Yeah. I do like haste and the quicken condition, and God, the 3 action system in this system is so clean.
I think second edition Pathfinder is superior. Like it is my favorite go-to like high fantasy setting system, but it's not perfect. It does have some weird things going on in it.
Yeah.
It's always tough, though, to design, I think, a system that makes talking like soft power, basically, like makes rules for that, because it's just as people, it's so much harder to define what works when talking to someone compared to you hit them with a sword, they hurt.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
But that's
So-
why you.
so wanting to make feats and such for that is always going to be difficult, because what how much argumentation should the player be able to do for their character, and how much if I'm really good at talking but my character sucks at it, should I be able to use that my own role playing too?
You need some GM input on that stuff. Certainly, it's.
Yeah.
I just there's a tendency in the system to prohibit or unlock things behind feat chains that I consider to just be completely normal, mundane things that any person should do, and it blows my mind that you can't.
I don't know if I agree entirely with that, because your example, for example, with the group impression feat, without the feat, you can attempt to influence a group of people. You just take a penalty for doing it, because the herd mind is more resistant to change, which, in my opinion, is very intuitive. And if you want to talk to a large number of people, like an entire scriptorium full of people, I think it makes a lot of sense that you would take a penalty for that. But with the feat, you don't take the penalty. It doesn't mean that the feat enables you to attempt to; it just removes the penalty. I think the feats just don't make clear that they simply let you do that better, rather than enabling you to do that in the first place.
I feel like that's the design flaw there. Like if I were to do that, I would be like maybe tweak what the DCs would be and let the feat be like you have a bonus to influencing a group of people. You're really good at talking to groups, as opposed
to that is an issue because of the. Yeah. Sorry, that is an issue because of the way the math works. Bonuses are very, very precious. If you say, okay, you get a bonus when you talk to a group of people, it also encourages you to never talk to an individual.
Yeah, obviously.
It means you always need like witnesses that you can also influence to get the bonus.
Come in here. I need to.
Let me introduce you to someone. He doesn't talk much, but he doesn't need to. Anyway.
Yeah.
Now I need to convince both of you to. I don't know. Yeah. So. I feel like the
masses of people, or
the skill feats simply don't make clear that they let you do something better rather than enabling something that seems obvious that you should be able to do it. Because I absolutely agree, it would be silly to lock talking to multiple people at once behind a feat. Like that is insane. But I just don't think that is actually the case.
I do like the concept behind breaking down what types of feats there are, because my initial reaction was like, okay, we're just making things more complicated, but then it's like, oh no, if you have a category of feats that are just fun, maybe little perks, little ribbons here and there, you don't actually get punished for taking them if that's what is in that entire category, as opposed to a class feat or even a general feat.
I like that. I like the categorization of feats.
Yeah, I can take something that's like a fun quirk and not feel like I'm being punished for choosing a fun option.
Like
now I actually take toughness on every character because there's so few general feats.
Yeah, like skill feats are feats you take to enhance certain skills that you want to use. And that makes perfect sense.
Medicine.
There isn't any skill tax, which also something I enjoy quite a bit, where it's like, no, you like your proficiency, you get them. Everyone gets weapon focus. Everyone gets, improved initiatives or something. Like as you progress, there is not this constant feat tax anymore. It's like, oh, I took weapon focus longsword, so the cool bastards that we found I can't use.
In the garbage with it.
Into the garbage with it. So the system does a lot of cool things to get around that stuff. But yeah, there are, as I said, there are some oddities out there. Around it's not, that said, it's not a game made for social conflict exactly. The problem with group persuasion is probably fairly limited. We certainly didn't use any of it in this campaign, I believe.
I do like the influence subsystem, which is made for those like social encounter sort of situations, which of course wasn't relevant for this campaign at all because it's a mega dungeon. But there are campaigns that use it quite extensively, and I think it actually makes the social game, the social mechanics, a lot more interesting, because a lot of feats in other systems that like boost your diplomacy or whatever depends so much on how a GM decides to do social interactions. Like, is it just a check, or do you just like, oh yeah, what you said is reasonable, you don't even need to bother rolling your diplomacy that you spent 7 feats investing in, doesn't matter. That also feels bad, by the way. That I like the more codified social interactions for the situations where it matters in.
Yeah, it also has a great feeling. This, like, you go to a party and the first thing you see is like, one, who do I gel with, and two, who can give me a good benefit if they like me,
Yeah.
What can I use these people for?
Yeah, I mean the great example is like the Kingmaker parties where we like buddy up with the various people there. Like, I enjoy that a lot because I have like a list of things I know I can do and should do, and I'm not immediately overwhelmed with, okay, I'm a ranger at a social event, I guess I just sit in a corner. No, you don't have to. Like, you can absolutely like recall knowledge. Oh, he likes like I don't know, stories about my hunts, so I'll roll my nature to impress it. Like, I think that's excellent, like doing that.
I think I like it too.
So I think I'm overall very happy with Pathfinder 2nd Edition. There are some points of friction, of course, but I think it's impossible not to have any.
I'm not bored with it yet.
I am curious because our home game, Age of Ashes, has been going pretty much as long as this one has, and we are drawing upon the last book on that one. And whatever we play next, probably gonna take a bit of a break from Pathfinder, play something else in between, but we're definitely gonna get back to it. And when we do, we're gonna do a full remaster playthrough, and I'll be curious to see the differences.
Yeah.
To see, because they have changed a lot. A lot of feats have changed. Things have moved around. Classes are more balanced in different ways and whatnot. So I'm curious to see. To come back to it, I am certainly not bored either. It is, as I said, my favorite fantasy, like the high fantasy setting or rule system to use. I certainly have a lot of character concepts I would like to try in it.
Yeah, me too, and I'm not currently playing it again. Makes me very sad. In fact, with this game ending, I have no games running at all.
Wow.
Which is the first since many years.
You know, that's actually true for me as well. Quickly. It is the with this stopping now, I don't have anything running either except the home game, but no internet thing.
You can say you used to play role-playing games.
Yeah. Well, I still do every Sunday, so.
Oh.
But
that sounds like a perfect segue into what do we want to do to fix that problem.
Yes.
I mean, we do have options. Yeah, let's talk about that. I don't want to play coy and be like, oh, I don't know. There are, from my side, 2 options, neither of which will start like in the next week, let's say.
Yeah.
I've been talking about Ruby Phoenix Tournament. It is a pre-written campaign that could work as not exactly a sequel to this, but provide an opportunity to keep using the same characters, which I think is overall a plus, but you don't have to. Like, if, for example, Jonas, I think, is fairly attached to Dancer, while
Dancer.
you, Seraph, hate fighters. So
Armina must die.
I liked Armina and her character enough that I wanted to finish her story, but she ain't going to that tournament.
So
she's got work to do at home.
That is an option. It is a campaign that does really fascinate me. It has a lot of cool set pieces. It is set in Tianxiao, and while it doesn't touch upon most of the continent, more as a side piece, it does interact with it still significantly, and I think the culture is cool. I've bought both of the books for it, and I've enjoyed reading.
I could hear it in your voice. You made some sort of reference, that some kind of little hook, and you mentioned Tianxia, and I could hear a little smile, and I was like, "This is the whatever the other one he's been talking about."
Yeah, it was like, basically, if your characters need a reason to randomly join a tournament, I have one. No, I think it's a cool thing. On the other hand, I'm also very, or rather, one of my favorite campaigns that I've run was Lost Isles game that we ran with the 13th Age system, which was pure homebrew. It started out with me following a how to make a map in Photoshop tutorial, and then escalated from there.
Awesome.
It was a very cool experience, and we did, play that completely as well. Somehow I managed to put in retrospect, an enormous amount of prep. Like, somehow that worked, and even in retrospect, I would still do it again. So that is another option.
Return to the Lost Isle.
No, it has nothing to do with Lost Isle or 13th Age. It would be a Pathfinder 2 game, and probably, as I've talked about, be set in a setting inspired by Ravnica. Ravnica is a setting originally introduced by Magic the Gathering, of all things. which is effectively a high fantasy megalopolis. It is a city of millions, high fantasy, high politics, where the various guilds outwardly cooperate with one another, but in the shadows sort of oppose one another. Aspects of, Shadowrun, staying out of the radar, doing the odd job, and trying to climb the ladder in a world that really wants to keep you down. I've got a lot of cool ideas for that as well. Started, preparing for some of it in case I do want to try to make that a game, because I really do like the idea of a bit more, cloak and dagger sort of politics-oriented game.
Sure.
That sounds fun.
I think it's. I really like the setting, but it is a lot of work as a like pure homebrew thing. There's technically a D&D 5th edition setting book for it, but first of all, D&D 5th edition is garbage, and second of all, the setting as represented in that book is also garbage. Like, it takes all the good bits of the setting and throws them out the window.
Simplicity.
Yeah, like, for example, what I'm really interested in is there's the 10 guilds, and none of them are really good. Some of them are worse than others, but they are very much all inherently gray. Whereas in the setting book, you've got like your 3 good guilds and then 7 evil guilds that are basically just cartoonish villains at this point, which is very silly. So the entire setting book isn't really very useful at all. I would be interested in that, but it would, first of all, be a lot of prep that I would still need months to really finish. Well, maybe weeks if I'm motivated. And would need a lot of buy-in from players. And so far in the past, at least from our group, I've gotten the feeling that we all more appreciate a game where we just get together and have fun and not really have homework, so to speak.
There is a pre-published campaign that is at least thematically very similar to this. I don't know if you've looked into it, but it's the Curse of the Crimson Throne.
I have heard of it, yeah.
Yeah. That's when you describe this to me. That's what I thought of. It's like, okay, it's like a Curse of the Crimson Throne thing going on.
I have run that from 1 to 6.
Yeah.
Granted, it's been like a decade, so I forget a lot of it, but I wouldn't be able to play in that one.
No, it wouldn't be me running that campaign or adapting the story at all, but it sounds like it would be in the same vibe, maybe. But I would definitely be angling more towards a like Shadowrun feel.
Sure.
Where you effectively get objectives given. It's like the main mechanical thing. You would often be faced with an objective that you either want to do yourself or have been given by someone else. And then you basically need to put in the work to actually research how to do it and like what threats to expect and prepare for things. Like I very much enjoy the sort of legwork / research.
Like a blend of PF2 with Blades in the Dark.
Yeah, basically. I mean, Blades of the Dark in the Dark is basically Shadowrun minus the science fiction.
Yeah.
And minus the crunchy system. And I'm sort of looking at something similar, really.
We'll see for sure. It's gonna be good to have my Friday open for a little bit, but the Friday slot is traditionally filled by online role playing. So I'm certainly in whatever we do.
Do you have a Saturday game currently going with the on the channel? Or with the
no,
group?
I don't have time. My I am limited. I have limiting myself to 2 games a week max.
That's fair.
Because otherwise I burn out. I don't have the time anymore. I would love to, but I simply can't anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to be realistic.
Yeah, no, it's I work a lot, and I need some recovery time where I am not streaming or otherwise engaged in a lot of brain work.
Yeah. This is like getting pretty into the weeds, but something that I'll just like throw out there. Couple of things is I have some irons in the fire that could turn into some pretty hot projects that would require a schedule change, and I'm not 100% sure that I'll be able to do Fridays anymore, because this is like middle of the day for me.
Yeah.
So if there were a Saturday thing, that would be certainly easier on that. But even if that happens, that's not for a little while. And also, this is not just about me. So if you want to play with other people, that be, that's still in the cards. The other thing is, if you need a break or some time to prep some stuff, Sheep, I'd be happy to run a game for you guys, because you guys have done so much for me, and I've had some great campaigns here that I'd love to give back if there's an opportunity to do so. So filling in a gap there is something that I'd be keen to do.
So I definitely do want a break from DMing. Length indeterminate. I would absolutely not like the idea of joining a game that someone is running just because they feel obligated.
I don't feel obligated. It's something I'd be excited to do. I'm freely offering. I have never once felt like an invitation to play came with like, this needs to be reciprocated one day. You guys are just a lot of fun to play with.
That's very sweet. Thank you.
Yeah,
I enjoy playing with you too, Sarah. It's been good fun.
Oh. Yeah, I think we played once together, like a one shot a ways back.
Yeah,
but this
we
is
did.
The first real one that we've played together, and yeah. It felt very frequently like me and you were buddy copping.
Oh yeah, we
dungeon.
we can vibe for sure.
Yeah,
I like it.
So I have no idea what, but if we're looking to fill a gap, I'd be keen to do so, or maybe even provide that time for a gap to be there, but we don't have to go without role playing games.
Sorry, continue.
No, all yours.
Oh, yeah. I've been messing around with the Skulls and Shackles campaign, originally for Pathfinder First Edition, but I found a conversion on the internet, and I've been setting it up in Foundry. And so, just whenever I have the time to mess around with it, which arguably the last 2 weeks has not been a lot, but first book is done at least. And I even found some expansion materials that people suggested to use, so why not incorporate it?
That's fun.
I enjoy messing around, just building stuff. So that's an option at some point. At least, it got too far to not run it eventually.
I would love to play Skull and Shackles. I've told you this before, Manikai. It's one of those campaigns as soon as it showed up for Pathfinder, I bought the entire series. I have a first printing in my shelf. Never played it, never read it, because I never found a group to actually run it with. But it's something I have had my eye on for years. So if there's an opportunity to run that, I would be absolutely thrilled to run Skull and Shackles.
Yes, as far as options go, I mean, I intend to play role-playing games in some form or another.
Yeah.
But as far as the options that I think are currently most likely, that would excite me the most as well. Like, definitely. Yeah. I've already joined like a random group a few years ago to try to play Skulls and Shackles. It disintegrated after session 2.
Yeah.
It is how I met Telsiber, by the way.
Hey.
He was the GM.
Shout out to Telsiber, if you're still alive.
I hope so.
I hope
he did go. He did have to leave because of military service, so I hope that he's fine.
They recommended a whiskey to me once, so it's nice.
Yeah. But I would be very excited, Manikai. So if you want to run that, you absolutely have.
Sounds like you have a
right of first refusal, I would say.
I mean, I work a lot too. Right now, I work too much, frankly. So hopefully, I'll work a bit less in the future. But yeah, I would probably prefer starting like half an hour earlier.
Sure.
Because I will admit, sometimes during these sessions at 11, I've been nodding, right, and sort of begun losing my ability to keep going. As a DM, it'll probably be different, but but more time is good.
Yeah, time is good.
I'm fine. I'm fine with
It's a
that.
fun campaign. I like the pirate theme. Really, that's the
Yes.
biggest draw, right? You want to sail around in a boat
Yes.
and swashbuckle
That is
and a
one of the few
yar
campaigns
and
I've been very excited
swinging
about, and
ropes. Yeah.
purposefully never read it just in case it ever came up. So
I have my
This is-
bard planned
Right.
out since years past.
I mentioned it in passing to Ari, and she said that
ooh,
she would have to. I would have to give her a spot.
Yeah.
I would love to play with Ari again.
So that might also be something.
I've asked.
But finding players was never the issue, right?
Usually
No,
not.
if anything, you'll find too many very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first refusal is usually to the people I just played with, because that makes sense if I'm gonna do that.
Pirate ship is a big place. We could be many.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm converting it anyway, so adding 2 more crabs or something.
Yes.
I saw a thing that said the
Too
5
many
players
crabs,
should
my guy.
just add elite to all the monsters, and then
No, don't do that. It is the worst thing you can
what
possibly
people say
do.
online.
Nope, don't do that.
By 25%, and then you'll get the same number of hits on the enemies as with 4 players.
I think that's a terrible idea, but
I mean, want to be pirate or not?
yeah. Well,
As far as the encounter math is concerned, that would be one way to raise the XP budget to the right level, but it is much, much better to just add more things. The closer an encounter is to having approximately similar enemy counts to PC count, the better it feels from experience.
I have 1 or 2 short-term projects that I have been mulling over. I'm not sure I have the time to properly prep them, but I would like to run at least 1 Delta Green operation. There is a particular operation I have read that I find absolutely fascinating and horrifying, and I've read it and I've like, this would be really cool to run with the right group. Delta Green is a horror game, so you need to sort of buy into that to get into it, and it takes a lot of work from players to like get into the horror spirit. But the scenario I have read is so cool that I was like, this could be something. And it would be like maybe like a 4 or 5 session thing, maybe at most. It's hard to gauge those things, right?
Until Christmas, then.
Yes, exactly. The other one is, of course, I have the Grandma mystery game. That would be kind of fun to just give it a whirl to see what the hell that is, because it's so completely different from anything we have done before. And finally, I have also read up quite a bit on Forbidden Lands, which is this gritty, low fantasy, kind of horror adjacent game where you have lived in your village your whole life, surrounded by this blood mist that comes out every night, and anyone caught in the blood mist either gets an inconquerable urge to go back home and just go back to bed, or they never return. And then this blood mist has been active for 300 years. No one in your village knows anything more than like a half a day's march away from it. And then suddenly, one night, the blood mist stops. And that's sort of where you start. For 300 years, you'll be locked inside your village. And now, for the first time ever, you can go outside. You can go outside. What is out there? What is in the forbidden lands? The lands that you were forbidden from entering. So that's a really, like, the setup for that is so damn cool. That I'm like, this is really something. It's an exploration game. It's a hex crawl. But it is in the Year Zero engine. So also completely different from anything we have played before. So those are like 3 options. I've been like, all right, but Delta Green, short and sweet. Grandma somewhere in the middle probably, and the Forbidden Lands can be, I mean, that can be eternal because the map is fucking ginormous.
Build a kingdom.
You can
and invade the not forbidden lands.
There are rules for building your own realm in it, sort of, because this blood mist has locked most people inside for a lot. So there's a lot of land up for grabs.
Mhm.
But yeah, we shall see. But if the option is there, Skull and Shackles would be fantastic.
Sounds like that's the one that has the most like common denominator of people who are just ready to go.
It's fun being a
But of
pirate,
course,
you know?
GM needs to be ready.
We don't know what Valky wants, but
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I might hate pirates.
I mean,
Yeah.
considering that the moment you two left Sweden, it was Jonas Velke and I in his in Jonas's like living room making characters, like literally making characters for that game. I feel like we are all very much on board.
I can tell you that the Valky certainly has a war cleric of Besmara on his hard drive. So you know. Though no pressure, Malachi, although it's easy to say, but when you are good and ready and that you feel that would be something you would have the energy to do, of course.
No pressure, but high interest.
Yes, exactly.
And if you say, no, I don't think I can do it, then we have like 17 other options.
Other
Yeah,
options.
I have at least 3
well,
I could do.
I gotta do it before I get to Pendragon, right?
Yeah.
So, and I've gotta wait for the new season to be fully released first for that,
There you go.
because there's just no reason to play like a 3 a year game and then they release a new season in the middle of it.
Yeah.
It's like, just give me the fixed up version. Let me see it.
It's the
before I make a
Warhammer
decision.
Total War problem.
Yeah.
Started this game and now new patches out. But yeah,
So maybe the other one.
I think that'll be it. I think that's a wrap. Thank you everyone for watching us playing through Abomination Vaults. It's been a year and a half, 44 episodes. I hope you enjoyed. Pretty sure we sure did. And we will catch you again in the not too distant future with a new and exciting campaign.
Playing something.
Always playing something. I'll be rolling in my grave like Gary Gygax. All right, folks. Have a nice weekend. Have a nice night. Thank you, Sheep, for all your work. Thanks,
Yes,
Malachi. Always a pleasure to play with you. Sareth, great to actually play a full campaign with you. Been awesome. Not the last time we do this, for sure.
Nope.
And all of you watching, thank you so much. We'll see you in the future. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.